Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 84 of the Archery Geek Outdoors podcast. This episode, I've got another guest. I'm trying to avoid recording solo course. I, it's much harder now. I'm used to having guests. Anyway, for this episode, I am joined by Mr. William Holm. Did I pronounce Home? Yeah? Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're close enough.
How do
Like
you pronounce it?
uh, Holm.
Holm.
Yeah,
Like a very
like,
soft L.
yeah. It's just how I
Yeah.
pronounce it. But
Anyway, all the way from Norway, a longbow shooter extraordinaire. Good evening, William. Thank you for taking the time to join me. Do you want to introduce yourself, a little bit of your background?
yeah, that's fine. So as uh, as you said, I'm from Norway, and yeah, and I am 18 years old, and I have been shooting for around 4 years in bear bow, English longbow actually, and now flat bow or world archery longbow,
Yeah.
and yeah, shoot pretty good, I would say. At least okay. So
Yeah. As soon as you said English longbow, the trad snipers' ears will have picked up.
I actually shot like a tri-laminated was my first longbow. My
Yeah.
first bow was a tri-laminated bow from Hungary, out of all places.
Wow.
Yeah, this was like 4 years ago. The first bow I got was a 40-pound tri-laminated uh, tri-laminated longbow. So yeah, didn't shoot that good with it though. Like I was fully in target panic with that bow.
Yeah.
Like I was, just
Of course, the
hoping.
thing with the English longbow is I think you're not supposed to hold a full draw for any more than 5 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. That bow did end up breaking though when I started getting into the SEER systems with Joel Turner.
Yeah.
So I broke it in the center because it was like merged. I don't know but when you like have like it cut with like a
Spliced.
recut, yeah, like spliced, yeah,
Yeah.
uh, and it broke there. So I have no clue. I got the money back, so it didn't really matter.
Oh, that's not bad. How long
Yeah,
did it last before it broke then?
3 months, if I remember correctly.
Oh, wow. That's not long at all.
Yeah, it wasn't heavy at all. It was 40 pounds,
Yeah.
and I couldn't have been pulling it to more than 35
Yeah.
at the time, since I was short drawing it.
So were you trying to? I'm trying to figure out how you'd work a grips here on English longbow, or were you working a tabs here?
Uh, if I remember at the time, those what are they called? Like the limb-mounted clickers.
Yes.
I was running one of those taped onto the limb.
Wow.
Yeah, taped onto the limb. That was what I was running. So it was like one of those cheap ones. I think
Yeah.
Joel has some videos about them. Right?
Yeah.
I've
I
no
think
clue where I got it from. I might have just stolen it from some guy at the club.
the good
You'd
old
be
clickety
surprised
click
at the
clicker.
amount of stuff that I have stolen from them over the years. Uh, I stole what is it? Like a fletching jig, and I had it for 2 years before the leader of the club asked me to give it back. So,
I'm slowly building a collection of fletching jigs. I think I've got four at the moment,
yeah,
and the next one is either going to be a Witzenberger or the OMP Phoenix.
yeah.
Although apparently VPA are launching one, and Cody from Witzenberger is going to slap me for saying even saying I'm thinking about getting an OMP.
They
so
have a fletching jig now. I didn't know that.
uh, Yeah, the OMP Phoenix, and like I say, apparently VPA, Vantage Point Archery, that produce all the broadheads, and
Oh
Minded
yeah,
Riser. Uh,
yeah, that Riser, yeah, I've seen that one.
oh, it's
That's cool.
lovely. They're planning on launching a fletching jig as well. So,
Uh, I've
how
always
did you get?
wanted what's that one called? The one with like the Arizona Easy Fletch, I think it's called, like where you
I've
can just like flip up.
I've got one upstairs. I bought it while I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
out in the
yeah.
States.
Yeah, I really want one, but I would have to order it from the US, and
Yeah,
with shipping, it just gets really annoying. So
yeah. There's nobody stocks them in this country either. Uh,
yeah, like I have, and I've looked for them in Europe, and there's nobody who stocks them.
no,
At least last time I'd looked like 2, 3 months ago, and nobody outside the US has them. So
no. Which is
but
a shame, really. I
because it's
mean,
a really good jig, right? It's fast and stuff,
it's
and
not bad, but the grooves in the arm are a little bit tight on feathers.
hmm, I I forgot about feathers. Yeah, feathers might be a problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Matt from the Push had a video of him using it with feathers.
I
I
managed
think
to
he
fletch it.
had like a trick or something.
I'll
Maybe.
have to go back through their
Yeah,
videos.
I have to check it myself, but I think he had like some trick that you could do to get them to not squish the feathers.
Yeah,
Uh, but bite. But I my club has now gotten some Bitzenberg ones, so I will be stealing those when I need to fletch arrows.
well, I started off my first fletching jig. Of course, I started off in compound. I did compound for 10 years. I bought the Boning Tower jig. That was another 3 arm jig, which such a breeze to use. And you can buy feather arms for that because, like, the veins are a lot thinner. Uh, it's harder to get the feathers through, but they do arms for feathers. But I'm a dedicated four fletch shooter now.
Same for me.
I love four fletch. It's I think it was one of the first episodes of Trad Lab on the Push where they looked at the fletching configurations and found out in less than ideal conditions when you've got rain introduced and wind introduced, a short high profile four fletch on a helical was least affected by atmospherics. So that's what I do now. The feathers I've got are I couldn't find anybody that made a feather size and shape of a blazer vein. Then I looked on AliExpress, and the feathers I use now are 2 inch high profile, exact size and shape of a blazer vein, but I just fletch them on a four fletch. So for that, I use the Boning Pro Glass jig.
Oh yeah, yeah, the bowling jig. Yeah, yeah.
That little red one.
I yeah, I know a guy who has that jig. I've not seen it in person though, but yeah, I've also thought about that jig because it's quite inexpensive and it is stocked by my local bow shop,
Yeah.
so I could buy it, no problem.
Well, we've got a shop over here, Alt Services, that ships all over the world. And last time I looked, I think they were selling that for £28.
Yeah, here in Norway, last time I saw, yeah, it was sold for around like the equivalent of £28 or something.
Yeah,
And I get, a little bit of percentage from that guy because I constantly buy stuff from him.
yeah.
So it works out quite nicely for me.
So, how did you get into archery? What was your introduction to it?
Uh, well, before archery, I did competitive sailing, out of all things. It's like, in the little boats that is like a one-person boat.
Yes,
Yeah,
They,
like
they
that
call
type
them
of stuff.
dinghies over here.
Yeah, like I don't know what it's called in English, but the type of boat that I sailed was called laser. It's
Laser
like
dinghies.
yeah, like the dinghies, right?
Yeah,
And I did that for about 2 years, maybe. But the thing about that is that they are outside for 4 hours at a time, and during the winter, it's ice in the water, it's freezing, and you can't stop. You know,
yeah.
you got to be out there and just get knocked over into the freezing water, freezing my balls off for 3 4 hours at a time. And I just hated this, for all my life. But my mom, she wanted me to be in like sports, right?
Yeah.
So instead of this, might as well just try out archery. So then when I just figured out, I just looked it up, and boom, local club in my local city. I went there one time and just continued going. And yeah, yeah, and also I have some issues with my feet. So running activities and stuff, they don't really work very well for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can run and I can, walk for long periods of time and stuff, but I
Yeah.
get a lot of pain in my feet and stuff like that. So it doesn't really work well for me.
See,
But
sailing sounds like a lovely summertime activity, but oh, I'd hate to do it in the winter. I hate the cold
yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
I love warm weather.
yeah. And the thing was that the majority of the other people on in like the group that I was in were like, tryhards
Yeah.
by, my standards. So, I'd constantly be like last out of all of them. And, you just feel like shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, with that. So, like, I hated it every single time I had to go. Because after school, I would go directly to sailing. And, I'd be done with that at like 9 in the night. And my entire
Wow.
day is gone. So,
Yeah.
I just hated it, right? Like when I first started out during the summer, it was pretty fun, but I just hated it, right? During the winter, because my entire day is gone 3 times a week.
Wow.
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
That's a lot of training.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a lot of time in very cold water as well.
yeah. Of course, not all of that is me out like sailing,
Yeah.
but it's about 4 hours worth of sailing, and then you have time that you are just going out where you
Yeah.
might get towed by a speedboat or something, and then back, right? But yeah, but it was fun at times. It was just that it didn't really fit me because I
Yeah.
like to do an activity, and then I need like a little bit of break just to relax
Yeah. A little
and
bit of
stuff and stuff.
downtime.
Yeah. So I do that with archery. I don't shoot like a lot in a time. I need to have like a little bit of a coffee break, whatever it be.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, I think that's enough. And then after I started with archery, I just continued. Shot different bows, competed a little bit. I was never really that good until quite recently, honestly. I only got past the 250 level with a bear bow about 8, maybe 10 months ago, like
Wow.
consistently shooting above 250 out
Yeah.
of 300 in practice, right? So
And what are your averages now with a longbow?
with the longbow, the thing is, I haven't gotten to shoot the indoor arrows all that much.
Yeah.
So I don't have any good scores for that. I don't have like a representative amount
Yeah.
of scores to where I could really say anything about those. But with my 3D arrows, I was consistently shooting 255 to, yeah, about 255.
Damn.
Uh, yeah. out of 300.
So
Of
what?
course, this is in my garden, but it doesn't really matter. And yeah, and my current PR with those 3D arrows, which are very short,
Yeah.
uh, is 261 out of 300. So
Wow.
yeah, and my current best with those 3D arrows is 248 out of 300 at a local competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and how long do you have this bow you've got now?
Well, I've had it since 28th of January, and my indoor arrows I've had since not the Monday this week, but the Monday before that, like last week's Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got them 4 days before the qualification shooting at the Norwegian Nationals.
Wow. Nothing like a baptism of fire, is there?
Yeah. So like the Norwegian Nationals were quite poor for me, but I wouldn't blame the arrows. The arrows were plenty fine. It was just that it took me way too long to relax and because I need to get relaxed enough for me to figure out what the problem is with my shooting and form,
Yeah.
or mental side. But I wouldn't blame the arrows. Like the arrows were completely fine. Like actually, just to put it in perspective, the amount of tuning that I needed to do was I first off needed to adjust my knocking points. I needed to bring them up quite a bit,
Yeah.
just because of the diameter of the arrows that I was shooting. Because my 3D arrows were 5/16, and my both of my sets of indoor arrows are 11/32 at like the point ends.
Yeah.
One set is tapered, the other is parallel. And with the tapered ones, I needed to just adjust the knocking point a little bit, and I think I took down the brace height by 2-3 millimeters
Yeah.
just to mess around a bit, and that worked quite well for me. So, and I currently run my brace height at 8.6 inches. I
Wow.
don't know what that is in millimeters though.
I haven't got the foggiest. I mean, we're a bit weird over here. We've got a mixture of
Yeah,
imperial and metric.
yeah, it's the same here for archery. Like, yeah, but let's just say it took me maybe 20 shots to get the bow reasonably well tuned. And I didn't number any of the arrows. I just shot them, and if and the better hitting arrows I would place in the back pocket of the push archery quiver, and
Yeah.
then like the ones that hit worse I put in the front pocket. And then after doing this a couple of times, you end up with the ones that hit good in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Because I think that if you number the arrows, you have this tendency to where you'll see, oh, this is arrow number 7, and then you'll end up shooting a bad shot because you're
Yeah.
like, oh, last time this one hit a little bit to the right. Was it me or was it the arrow? Right, etc., etc. So, and especially given that I only had a couple of days to figure these arrows out, I didn't see a point.
You don't like making things easy for yourself, do you?
No. So I just selected out, I think 9 of the 11 arrows that I got from Frankfurt, and I selected these out, and those were the ones that I ended up shooting at the nationals.
Yeah.
Right. No clue which arrows I shot the best with. I just kind of grabbed 3 that I thought were the best, and boom, shot them.
Yeah.
And during my qualification round, I ended up switching out one arrow. I just didn't like it for some reason, and then another arrow, and then I ended up breaking 2 knocks during my qualification round, so I needed to switch out those.
See, now that's what you call showing off, isn't it? When you're blowing knocks up in qualifications.
I shoot triple, and yeah, honestly, I wasn't shooting good enough for me. I think I just got a little bit unlucky, to be honest, which
Yeah.
happens. So But in practice, I shoot triples now. Just
In three spot faces.
yeah, three spot Vegas currently.
Yeah.
So just to save on arrows because it gets really annoying breaking knocks all the time.
Yeah.
It's like the knocks on wood arrows are quite large, so
Yeah.
it's quite a bit easier to break them. And also when I'm shooting so much draw weight, I don't need to like fully break it. Like I don't need to split it to break it. I can just hit it on the side and it breaks.
Yeah.
And I get like little cracks in them or whatever,
And of course,
and then it's gone. So
yeah, once you've got a micro crack in the knock, you risk it
yeah,
detonating on release, don't you?
yeah, yeah, and that's one of the things that makes me a little bit afraid of shooting single spots
Yeah.
because I don't because I can't really tell that I need to really look at the knock. So every time after every single end during the qualifications, I looked at the knocks and checked each knock on every arrow.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons I like the translucent knocks rather than the solid colours.
Yeah,
Those translucent knocks, the see-through ones, they're a lot easier to pick up any cracks on,
yeah,
any
yeah. That's
any
what I've
micro
noticed.
cracks.
Yeah, because for me, my knocks don't fully break often. It's more that I just get like a small crack in them and
Yeah.
then they're gone. But it's really difficult to see those. I need to be careful. Uh,
So it was bare bow you started off with then. It was that just what the bows they used to teach at the club you joined.
yeah, here in Norway, they usually give out beer bows as like the starter,
Yeah.
simply because they're cheap, and that's what they usually teach. So they give you like the old Samuks, those like with the
Yes.
riser and then like the screw
Yeah.
on lips and stuff, and they're like okay bows. So I shot with that type of bow for about half a year after I started.
Yeah.
Then I got like my own bow. And after that one broke, I shot trad for a little bit, and then I went to bare bow.
As
Like I
in,
shot like a very short hunting riser,
yeah.
like a 17-inch riser with I think there were 45-pound limbs on them,
Yeah.
so it was too heavy for me at the time. So I didn't really shoot that one too good. Even I was already shooting with like a limb-mounted clicker a
Yeah.
bit. I also shot with some gripses and some various stuff like that. So
But so when did you go back to longbow? So because everybody outside of the UK is going to think of like a world archery longbow. You say longbow, and everybody in the UK immediately thinks English longbow.
yeah, yeah. Well, like I got this longbow
Yeah.
in the end of January. So that's when I went back to longbow, or do I understand your question
Yeah,
fully?
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, or as I said, the first bow that I got was like an English longbow that broke on me. So, or a tri-laminated to be,
Yeah.
exact. Oh, I hope the trad sniper is, satisfied. That I specified that. Or I don't know. I'm not
Well,
sure.
I keep taking the mick out of him, saying that because he's not shooting a single piece U bow. He's not shooting a real English longbow. He's shooting a Victorian laminate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's too funny for me. Like all these distinctions, though.
Yeah.
Like I'm part of like this Facebook group for like English longbows and stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, like sometimes because it just pops up on my feed on Facebook sometimes, and then I see somebody post like a tri-laminated bow, and someone be like, "That's not an English longbow," and
The
etc.
pylon
etc.
starts.
And it's a little bit entertaining for me, and then I
the
move on.
other one I really like is I fired my bow, and You don't fire a bow, you shoot a bow. There's no propellant in there, so you are not firing your bow. How dare you?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, some people take like the specific words too meaningfully,
Yeah,
or like meaningfully might not be the correct term, but
literally.
yeah, like too literally.
Yeah,
Like this, like the classic one with like the Vikings one, where it's like they're not Vikings because Vikings was a job title, it was not a people. But like, come on, everybody knows who I'm talking about when I say
yeah,
Vikings. Like historical, historians, they use that term, etc.,
yeah.
etc.
It's because it's what people know, isn't it? It's a term that people know. As soon as you say Vikings, they're thinking of Norsemen.
Yeah, and yeah, and also like they wouldn't even call themselves Norsemen. They would call themselves from their local, group to be if you wanted to
Yeah.
be completely specific. But like nobody cares. Like at least I don't. There's no real other good general term for that group, right? Yeah. But now we're getting a little sidetracked.
Hey, hey,
Yeah, it's a podcast, so I'm guessing this is.
I'm renowned for my tangents.
uh,
So, I've seen videos of you shooting your bow, and when I saw the first video, it's like Jesus Christ! If you miss the target with the bow, you can bludgeon it to death with it. The
Yeah, yeah, it's
first thing it reminded me of, the riser section, reminded me of the CD archery WF risers.
oh yeah, yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, and it was really weird because I had something come up from, I think it was Baltic Bows the other day, with a riser that looked quite similar.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Like his most recent post, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, thing looks quite
I'd
interesting.
never seen a wooden bow that looked like yours. So who made yours? Who's the bowyer?
That is how do you say it? Frank Baller. He's a German living here in Norway.
Oh wow,
Yeah, yeah. He speaks good Norwegian though. I speak to him in Norwegian, so it's no problem. But and his company is Dagebue. The English translation is dragon bows.
ah,
Yeah, and like on his bows, he has like his logo, which is like a dragon and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. And probably what is a bit more famous than his longbows are his arrow rests. He makes the Gabrieli buy drop rests. Like Leo Pedersen uses them.
yeah.
Uh, uh, not Oliver Arkenault, and also the Lancaster 26 winner. He used
Ollie
buy.
Hicks.
Yeah, Ollie Hicks. Yeah,
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. Right, and that's what he makes. Right. So and yeah, and my bow. And he makes these longbows, and they have a lot of interesting features.
yeah,
For example, like the riser section, the limb profile, because they are very wide limbs,
yeah.
which makes them very stable, right? So they're quite thin and very wide, right? And they are tapered to the ends with relatively wide limb tips and that sort. I think you can look up his website if you're curious. So I could send it to you.
I was going to say, if you send me a link, I'll throw the link into the show notes.
Yeah, I can do that afterwards. Yeah, but
Excellent.
see, because the website is in Norwegian, but I think most browsers translate it automatically.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I know if I go onto
yeah.
a website from abroad, what was the last one I was looking at? I can't think. Was it spider bows? Spider bows, and it Google automatically gives you the option to translate the website into whatever the language of whatever country you're in.
Yeah, but and yeah, his bows. And then of course, the thing that interested me was that he made them quite heavy, as in on his website they say up to 3.4 kilograms, which is the weight of my bow.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but he also makes lighter ones and stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, I think he makes like 1 kilogram bows if somebody wants them, and different lengths and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how long's your target bow?
It is so. Should I just go through all the stats of my bow?
Yes, if you would
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Just to like summarize it in one
Yeah.
piece, if anybody's interested, because else you have to go back and forwards between the entire podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my bow is 70 inches AMO
Yeah.
length, right? As in knock to knock,
Yeah.
right?
String knock to string knock.
Right. Uh, uh, I haven't measured like the riser length, but I don't know. I would need to check that myself. It is a full center shot
Yeah.
bow, right? Weighs 3.4 kilograms, and the draw rate is 50 pounds at an AMO draw length of 29 and a quarter, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right, Frank. He uses a different system for
Yeah.
draw length measurement. Like he measures from the deepest part of the grip,
Yeah.
right, as a pivot point, back to the bottom knock point. I think it's called like real draw length or something.
Yeah. Because if I
Yeah, like
remember
something like that.
rightly, AMO is I'm going to get this wrong, and somebody will tell me what it is. But I always thought it was because the throat of the grips when they used to do it, I think used to sit under about the centre of the shelf, and I think it was throat of knock to deepest part of the grip, and then add 1 3/4 inches or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I had 1 3/4.
Yeah.
Right. Like there are a bunch of systems, so I need to specify. And any other meaningful stats or
So it's what woods are used in it?
uh, the word used in it is I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but Amazoic or something.
Oh,
Like
not one I've heard of.
yeah, like it's not a very expensive wood though. It's like the basic wood that he supplies with his bows.
Yeah.
And he just sent me like some pictures of some different woods, and then I was like, yeah, I like that one, right?
Yeah.
So
Uh,
and
limb cores.
uh, he uses bamboo, like
Yeah.
I,
Mother
I don't
Nature's
know
carbon
like
fiber.
exact, like I think it's called like compressed bamboo or something.
Yeah.
He will correct me on this if I'm wrong though, but like it's like some type of bamboo with like some stuff to make it better for bows.
Oh, I had this explained to me last Saturday. Chad, who I shoot with at my club, Paget, he's just started building bows,
Mm.
and he was explaining to me there are two types of bamboo. One's bamboo as you'd think of it, and the other one is what they use for flooring, where instead of being flat, it's put on end and then cut down. So the grain, you can't call it grain because bamboo's a grass, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's done the other way and then cut. So it's
Oh
supposed to
yeah,
work better for bows.
yeah. Like I don't know the technical
No,
stuff.
I'm
Like I
completely
watched,
butchering this, of course.
Clay Hayes, right? I watched some of his videos, and I actually started out creating, some of my own bows, but I never got that good.
Yeah.
Like, all my bows were shit.
Yeah, I must
like,
admit, I
like
love
it was some
watching Clay Hayes
garbage.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But I watch some of his videos. I get really inspired. I go out, cut down the neighbor's tree, and then I make a bow out of it. You know, neighbor wonders where his tree is. But
I've got a picture in my head of you vaulting the fence with a bloody great felling axe over your shoulder so he doesn't hear a chainsaw.
yeah, that's a pretty accurate description. And then a week later the bow ends up breaking, so, so
Yeah.
it didn't really become anything.
That's the thing though, when you're learning to become a bowyer, isn't it? There's gonna be you're gonna craft something stunning and then it's gonna break and it's just gonna be tears and heartbreak.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what I did. Like after a couple of bows, I made one that I carved the grip a little bit, really
Yeah.
made it nice, some like little details and stuff. And that bow ended up breaking 3 weeks after it was finished or
Oh
something. I
wow.
remember, but yeah, I look back at it, but it doesn't really matter. It was more about the process.
Yeah.
Uh,
I say it's I wouldn't have the patience to do it. I love watching bowyers create bows, but I don't have the patience. I want to grab a bow and I want to go out and run around the woods shooting it like a 9-year-old.
yeah. Oh yeah, and another thing about my bow is that I shoot a really high-angled grip.
Yeah.
I I couldn't give you the exact degrees, but it's at least above 45 degrees.
Wow.
It's probably close to 50,
Yeah.
like around 50 degrees, right? I
So
just find it more comfortable with like a high wrist grip. It
yeah,
looks better for me.
I've naturally got quite a high wrist angle. Hang on, see if the camera will pick. No, it won't. Nope. I think this is. I could never get into. You know, I don't know. Do you know? Do you watch a lot of compound shooting where they say you have to break your wrist and
Yeah, I watched
kind
that.
of do that with your wrist? I find that uncomfortable.
Yeah,
So I shoot. My natural wrist angle is medium to high, and that VPA vaporizer I've just bought, I wasn't sure whether to go with a medium or a high grip. I thought, you know what? I'll start in the middle, start with a medium. That's really comfortable, but I think I could quite happily run a high grip on that. So at some point, I may buy the Jaeger 2.0 in a high grip.
yeah, like you gotta mess around, right?
Yeah,
Like on my bear bow, I messed around a lot with the grip and stuff, and grip tape, different grip angles, and all kinds of stuff.
yeah,
Yeah, I even messed around with increasing the distance between uh, what's it called? Increasing the distance between the top of my hand and like the arrow.
yeah,
Like I remember I heard Jay Kaminsky talking about this, like by putting like tape under so that the throat of the grip landed, lower, and then I increased that distance a
yeah,
bit. And I didn't really like it though, but yeah. But that was, I tried it out, found out that I did not like it, and changed it back. Yeah. Like I think that's like how you get good is that you mess around, right? Like I'm constantly messing around with different things of my shooting equipment, etc., etc.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's how
So
you learn, though, isn't it? You'll try something, think, no, that doesn't work. Try something else. Yeah, that works. So it's all knowledge, and you're getting more intimate with your equipment, aren't you? You're getting to know it a lot better. So you know what feels right for you, how the bow, what's
yeah,
set up for that particular bow makes it shoot best.
yeah. So for example, I couldn't shoot the Mycan bow, like the one that what's his name, Oliver
Ollie
Hicks
Hicks again.
shoots.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I couldn't shoot that bow because there's nothing that I could mess with.
yeah,
Yeah, like there's simply one weight and boom, that's it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really have quite the balance that I want in a bow. Also, that's kind of an aspect of it because it has a really nice upright balance to it, right?
Yeah.
And it's really nice to point up and down, but it doesn't quite have the ability to have the mass weight that I want with it,
Yeah.
unless I make some custom weights like Chris Kent Rodgman, the guy
Yes.
that got second to Oliver Ockenolt at Lancaster
Yeah.
last year, right? Like there's not enough messing about with it for me, and I also want really forward weight for my rises.
Yeah.
So if I was going to shoot a bear bow, I would want all of the weight to be as forward as possible,
Yeah.
so that I can bring the center of gravity. I want to keep it at the height of the pressure point, right? But I want to
Yes.
keep it as far forward as possible,
Yeah.
so that my bow kind of wants to shoot forwards and tip over.
Yeah.
So that's what my longbow does, right? And I really like that. It makes the bow a lot less comfortable to shoot, but I find that it holds so steady, right? It's ridiculous.
Well, that got me learning about grips when they say the most comfortable grip isn't always the
Yeah,
best grip. You want the grip that's the most repeatable.
yeah. So my grip is like really wide in the throat, right?
Yeah.
And that means that I can only grip it one way. It's like it's really noticeable if I'm not gripping it how I want it to sit.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. I found something out. I was at my friend Rob's on Thursday and I was breaking nice shots. I was really working on my execution, but I was getting some strange left and rights. And then Rob picked up what it was. The cottonmouth, Timber Creek cottonmouth, had got almost like a ball style grip, but it was very, very smooth. So I could, when the shot had broken, I could then, because I tend to shoot two, where am I? Like
yeah,
that,
like
two fingers on the front. And when it came to grab another arrow, I could just hold the bow, go back to that. And because it was quite a round grip and very smooth, as soon as I hooked and started drawing, it would pull itself back into the same position in my hand. And I was shooting this vaporizer like that at Rob's, but because it's got the Jaeger grip, which has got almost like a rubbery texture on the back that doesn't slide in your hand. So if it's raining or your hands are sweating, you get a very secure grip. My grip was different, so
oh yeah, yeah, like
I
that.
couldn't just go from holding like that to go into that. I had to reposition that grip in my hand. And as soon as Rob picked up that I wasn't doing that, I started consciously repositioning my grip and I was shooting much better.
Yeah, yeah, on yeah, like I want my grip to not move at all. So
Yeah,
I always use grip tape, whatever it might be. Like I've seen some guys that like their grip to kind of move as they draw the bow, but when I do that, I find that I get so many inconsistencies. So
yeah,
I
I'd got
kind of
into,
set to that when I am at like when I have my fingers on the string, I set my grip and then I kind of like pull.
yeah,
Like you see me shooting, you will see that I kind of like I pull on the bow a couple of times and then I yank it up.
yeah,
Right, I'm just checking that my grip is correct.
yeah,
I actually got that from a fellow shooter at my local club. He was actually the guy that inspired me to get a Drageboe. Like he shoots one, so he constantly did that before. He doesn't really do it now though. But yeah,
so the grip on the cottonmouth, if you did that, it'd almost self-center it.
Yeah,
self-center itself because it's so smooth and ballish. It'd just rock into position in the hand. But the vaporizer with the Jaeger grip, it is so different. You have to consciously place your hand.
yeah. And also on the grip, I have like a little bit of extra tape under the grip
Yeah,
in one part of it, and that means that I can feel that when I place my hand, like so I can just feel that little edge on the grip, and
yeah,
that means that I can like place it correctly.
yeah,
And I also always look at my hand just to check that it looks right,
yeah,
and at my hook. Yeah. I just always visually check them
yeah,
because under pressure, it tends to be that you lose that fine feel,
yeah.
right?
So that's just another step of your shot process then.
Yeah,
Just
I don't think about it at all mentally though, but
visually, something you just do automatically now, just visually check
yeah,
where your
yeah,
hand is.
yeah, like when it comes to shot process, I don't talk through my shots. I don't do any of that. Joel would probably kill me though, but I don't do that. Like even though I use the seer, I don't talk through my shots like practically ever. Like during the entire nationals, I talked through 3 shots
Wow.
during the entire time, right?
I tried to talk through every shot.
Yeah. Like the thing that happens when you talk through shots is that you slow down the shot a lot,
Yeah.
and like I find that it ruins my rhythm a bit.
Ah.
Yeah. So and I also find that I'm kind of wasting energy, right?
Yeah.
Because I have a limited amount of energy for, let's say, a 60 aggro qualification round.
Yeah.
If I'm talking through every single shot and making them extra hard for myself, right? And I'm not talking like physical strain here. I'm just talking like mentally
Yeah.
struggling a bit. Like, yeah, I just don't see it as necessary, right?
It's working well for me at the moment, but I
Yeah.
threw a video up on Instagram the other day of me actually doing an out loud commentary shot. And when I was actually saying it out loud, that really slowed down the part before I take the safety off and the here I go. And in that video, you can see me shaking like a dog crapping tacks.
Yeah, that is exactly what my issue with it is.
Yeah,
Is that I slow down before I start my sear
yeah,
because for me my sear is very quick.
yeah,
Like because I use an internal sear, and with how I have it, I can like set it for every single shot. So if I notice on the last shot that my timing was a little slow,
yeah.
I can set it to make it faster or slower or whatever I want. And that's one of the main reasons I use an internal sear over a grip sear or a tab sear, is that
Right. Now,
adjustment ability.
I know what an internal sear is through watching Zenzak and Turner together. If people haven't seen that video, do you want to explain an internal sear?
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
what do they
So
call it? An internal
I can
trigger,
try
don't
to
they?
do it justice. Yeah. So there are a lot of different ways to do an internal sear, but I'm just going to go off like the most basic one that I can think of,
Yeah,
right? And just mention a couple of the other popular ones. But basically, what internal sear is a movement that you do with your own body, right? And most commonly, this is going to be some type of mouth movement,
yeah,
right? And the type of sears that you can do is you can, like for example, pop your lips, like you can.
yeah,
I'm kind of like exaggerating it so that you can hear, but
yeah,
like you can pop your lips, right? or you can move air and press air against like different surfaces until it pops, right? Or escapes. And that's what I personally do, right? Or you can do where you, for example, breathing in. This is a cool one though. If you breathe in or breathe out at a certain speed, right, it will start creating a noise, right? Like I couldn't, do it here, but if you are breathing in at a certain speed, if you like increase the speed that you're breathing in, it will start resonating, and it will make a sound that you can hear and use. But it's like an infinite amount of ways you can do this. Basically, the only real principle is that it has to be a movement slow enough that you can stop it, and to where it makes some type of audible or sensory thing that you
Yeah.
can feel and therefore release by. And what I use is I press my tongue against my upper front teeth until it pops.
Yeah.
And for me, I don't use the sound at all. It's just the movement,
Yeah.
right? And I can really finely adjust that, right? And that's, as I mentioned, why I don't use a tab or a grip there, because with those, you don't have quite that fine of adjustment. Because, for example, under pressure, steers will generally take longer for them to go, right?
Yeah.
And with like a grip steer or like a tab steer, you can't really adjust them that much. So then what you need to do is you need to set them very light in practice
Yeah.
for them to be, reasonable to press through during competition, right? And or you have to, carry your nail file to mess around with, but
Yeah.
I don't have time for that.
See what
I,
you were saying about
so
that
I just use the internal steer.
that breathing out and getting that resonance. When I was over with Joel and he was teaching me to shoot a rifle, that was the same kind of thing, but it was just like breathing out until you get like a resonance, almost like a hum.
Yeah, like that. Right. And you can also do some things with like your cheek and stuff,
I
but
think that's what Zach was doing, wasn't it?
maybe
Pop, getting a pop on his cheek.
yeah,
I've got
something like that.
sod teeth, so that doesn't work. It just vacuums my cheek into the middle of my mouth, and I look like a zombie.
Yeah, like but they're like an infinite amount of different
Yeah,
things that you can mess with, right? And like it's kind of difficult to teach because I can only really teach the concept of it, right? And
yeah,
give some ideas for what people can do, but
yeah.
I couldn't really, tell somebody what to do. It. You just got to mess around. For me personally, it took me about 2 to 3 weeks to really start figuring it out.
Yeah.
And it's only like maybe been the last 2 months that I've gotten really good at it.
See,
Like,
I shoot triggerless using the safety protocol,
yeah,
and I tried running the grips here, and I'd do a spot on the cotton mouth where right on the front of the grip where I could just pop my nail off it. First shot was fantastic. I thought, oh, I like this. I really like this. And it's quite strange going from triggerless to triggered. Second shot broke really clean as well. Then from the third shot on, because I was concentrating so hard on that sear, I was losing the back tension and I was getting micro collapses. So I spoke to Joel about it and he said, you then need to set up a two-stage process where that's uh, the nail off the edge of the grip is accompanying that increase in tension at the back.
yeah,
But
that is,
it's I struggled doing that. I think it's something I not need. I either need to commit to, or just continue shooting triggerless. Of course, bouncing from one to the other is just it's
Yeah,
going to break what I need to do.
yeah. For me, like since my series, I can fine tune it so
Yeah,
much. I can really, it doesn't take me longer than 4 seconds under pressure to get my sear to go. Right,
yeah,
3 4 seconds is like long for me. Right,
yeah,
I do practice with like taking 10 seconds for the sear to go.
yeah.
Right, that's how fine my adjustment is. Right, with it. Right, but since it doesn't take that long for it to go for me, I I think Joel talked about this, but if you are here and you set your tension,
Yeah,
right, you have about 5 seconds to release before before you stop maintaining that tension.
yeah. Actually, that might have been what was going on because I was seeing how slow I could make that sear break. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I was probably. It was just how slow can I go? How slow can I go? Just build it, build it, build it. Keep building, and then I'm coming out of that transfer to hold. I'm starting to collapse in. I'm gonna
yeah,
have to try that next week at the club.
yeah, but I had a really good thought, right? Because like the rubber bands that you use for like just like learning the technique,
Yeah,
to warm up and stuff. I actually have it with me, right? I use like a little rubber band like
yeah,
this. It's nothing special, right? But I am constantly shooting with this. Just like I'm watching, some television, and I will just draw it up, run through my process, release, right? I
yeah.
didn't use stair there, but just to demonstrate. And I practice with this thing probably some days maybe 200 300 times. I will
Wow.
shoot thing a day. Like not always though, but probably at least 100 times a day, right? And what this is it's about an inch in like width this way, and
Yeah,
then maybe quarter of an inch in thickness. And the thing about it is that it's very light, right? And this is from it, with no tension, and I only pull it a little bit,
yeah.
right? So it doesn't really like spring out of my fingers, right?
I was going to say, aren't you done that thing hurt when it smacks your arm when you let it when you
Yeah, so
release?
it's like really light, right? And that's on purpose, right? And it doesn't like fling out of the fingers at all. So it's
Yeah,
and what that does is it makes it really difficult to get a good release with it.
yeah,
Because if you're shooting with like a 50-pound bow, it rips out of your fingers, right?
yeah,
So you can have a pretty bad release, and it still be a clean,
yeah,
still feel clean. But with this thing, if I make any mistakes, it's very clear,
yeah,
right? And I can also, since it's really light, I can really feel if I'm doing anything wrong. I can really slow down my shot and try to work on just maintaining that.
yeah,
And I will hold it for 30 seconds and then start my process, right? And it's very light. It's like 10 pounds maybe, I don't
yeah,
know. It doesn't really matter. You just want light, right? And I'll just practice this over and over again,
yeah,
and that way I get really used to the feeling of pressing through my sear and that release happening,
yeah,
and just really maintaining tension and direction without having the tendency to like release and then kind of shorten the follow through.
yeah,
So like release and then just pull the arm back.
yeah,
Right, because that's one bad habit that I've had for a long time, is that I will release and then like quickly relax. And the thing that happens if you do that is that under pressure this will get faster and faster until you start collapsing before the release and
yeah,
stuff, or start collapsing with the sear going off, which is the same thing. But basically, the main thing about this is that I get a lot of practice in using the sear and going through my process. You can do the same thing with triggerless shooting,
yeah,
right? And I actually really recommend this with triggerless shooting because it really practices this opening up of the fingers without, having a stance. You open up and then clinch down.
Yeah.
So when I shot triggerless, I was using the same thing. And you can get the same shit at any sports store,
Yeah.
any place. It doesn't really matter. But I'll shoot that thing hundreds of times a day, probably.
See, when it comes to the actual release itself, I know what's going through my head, but I can't tell you what my fingers are doing. Does that make sense? I'll just
Same for me.
build that pressure and build that pressure, and all of a sudden the string's gone.
Yeah. Like with triggerless shooting, Joel, at least last time I, saw his videos on like his shot IQ course,
Yeah,
which I personally bought, right? Like he said that, when you stop talking, that's when the release
yeah,
happens. And when I shoot triggerless, since I don't talk, it's more like when I stop thinking about holding,
yeah,
right? And one of the main reasons I don't talk is, as I mentioned, it slows down my shot, but it's also that
yeah,
I find that I can't truly get into that flow state,
yeah.
where I can't truly relax, right? And if I don't need to, I don't see any point in doing it, right?
Well,
But if I'm really struggling, I will talk through. And this isn't saying that talking through is bad at all. It's plenty good, and it's how I would teach shot control to anybody.
yeah. I found when I'm not speaking it out loud, getting up to the transfer to hold, then safety off, here I go. That's a lot faster. And then I can be a little slower on the back end because the grip set, anchor, aim, watch it to keep it, feels good. That's kind of very quick thoughts. The thoughts are run. My thinking is faster than my speaking.
Yeah,
You just know what you get and you think, yeah, that feels really good. And then I can slow things down to when I first started, it was just, I was using just a single command, the old pull, pull. But now I'm finding it's developing into a conversation.
yeah.
Get to,
That's
yep, that feels good. Safety off, here I go. Right, start building that pressure. Keep going, go on, keep going, keep building it, keep building it. And then all of a sudden, the string's away.
yeah. Like, I never really did like the like I don't expand through the shot
Yeah.
because like the thing about expanding through the shot is that you get a really powerful shot, but if you're not using a like some type of draw length check, you're going to have slightly different release points. But like you can definitely still be quite accurate with it. So,
When I,
but I
when
do
I,
experiment a bit.
when I first started, instead of, when I was there, instead of rotating the scap, because the sand stays fixed in space and I'm just building pressure through the scap. I was driving from here. So I noticed, yeah, I'm getting different draw lengths every time. This wasn't staying fixed in space here as I built the tension. I was driving the elbow back, and that shot could break anywhere from there to there.
Yeah, so you get
And
like
it's
slightly different.
massive differences up and down.
Yeah.
So now I
So
try and hold that in space, and the tension is building not direct, not directly behind the elbow. It's here. So that's
uh,
held constant, and the tension is. I'm basically forcing my scap as hard as I can against my spine.
yeah, I have that's actually like one of the things I've done, right? like because I'm constantly experimenting with
Yeah.
small little changes in how I pull.
Yeah.
But what I found currently to be really effective for me is that I have this thought process of how I think about it, right? I think about having all of the pressure on my pressure point on my bow hand
Yeah.
and around here on my drawing hand.
Ah.
Yeah. So what I think about then is that I think about like these two parts.
Yeah.
Uh, if you were expanding through the shot, you'd think about these two parts going away from each other in the direction that you want the follow through to go,
Yeah.
right? And I find that that really helps for me.
Yeah.
Like I don't think about like increasing, like I don't expand, but I just think about maintaining pressure. I'm also recently. This is one of the things I want to mess with, and that's uh, trying to have a more aggressive shot.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I noticed during the nationals is that I had a tendency to have slightly weak shots, right? Because if you're trying to just be here and trying to just stay at this exact draw length, right, and not trying to increase, not to decreasing, it's a really fine line, and it's
Yeah.
very easy to start decreasing, especially when you're pressing through a C and if it's taking a little longer than you used to, right? So I am thinking about trying to press through shots, right? Not like increasing draw length, but kind of increasing the tension.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm having, some mixed results,
Yeah.
right? But my theory about it is that since I would always have these powerful shots, maybe one would be a little bit more powerful, maybe
Yeah.
one a little bit less powerful, but it will all be powerful, right? I think it will be a little bit more accurate during competition, even though I lose maybe a little bit potential during practice,
Yeah.
right? As in, let's say like my practice score potential would be 260, but maybe I shoot 255 on average because I'm, going really pressing through
Yeah.
it. But yeah, I've not come to a conclusion on what I want to do though.
Oh, I'm constantly just at the moment really working on the alignment that transfer to hold. And I found if I don't transfer to hold, my elbow's out here slightly, and
Yeah.
then I tend to more drive the elbow. And as the shot breaks, my hand comes out here. So I've effectively plucked off the string. But if I get that alignment right and build the tension just right, do you watch Tom Clum's videos?
I don't have his course, but I've watched a
Well,
decent amount of
his
stuff.
course is next on my to buy list.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I'm thinking about it, but I've also thought about like uh, the arrow tuning course.
oh, Cody Greenwood's
Yeah, like I also
traditional
thought about that one.
tuning, tuning for the die-hard bow hunter.
Yeah, yeah, that one.
I want
It seems
both the
interesting.
courses, but I spoke to Maddie and said the first one to get's Tom's. I say I find if I get that alignment right, the other thing is my hand, as the shot breaks, my hand contour follows the contour of my face, and I end up here. The Tom Clum thing of catching the golf ball on the shoulder.
Yeah.
But if I'm out here slightly, I'll drive the elbow, not the scap, and my hand comes out here, and the string comes off the side of my face. I mean, last week I got home with a huge bruise down the side of my face there, where I'd been coming out like that. The string's coming off there,
Yeah,
and
like that.
it looked like a hickey on the side of my face.
Yeah. It's actually one of the things that I was experimenting with a couple of weeks ago. Because have you seen Mike Schlosser, right, the compound archer?
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah,
Perfect.
like if you look at when he shoots, his hand just goes really tightly against his face with his
Yeah,
rig spot. And here's like a very interesting form. It's kind of like a little open, right?
yeah,
And he's using a bit of his bicep to get this really tight
Yeah.
release. And that's one thing that I looked at. I was like, that seems interesting. So I tried it, right? And the thing about that is that you kind of open your form up a little bit, so you don't get quite the same alignment.
Yeah.
But my theory was that if I do that, I could get a really tight to my face here,
Yeah.
because if I'm just using my back, it is pretty tight, but it's still like a little bit out.
Yeah.
And my theory was that if I keep it really, really tight, that if I have a slightly bad release, that it wouldn't matter quite that much, because my
Does
hand
it,
would already be behind.
does it make it more forgiving?
Yeah, that was my thought process, and uh, not really, I would say. I think that it's a bit different for compound archery than
Yeah.
for like, but it was what I thought, and I definitely learned some stuff from it.
Of course, I
And I
mean,
think that
the
it might,
thing with compounds is you've got that hard stop you're pulling against, haven't you?
yeah,
So you are fixed in space anyway. You can't pull it any farther, which
yeah,
that was the one of the biggest things from me stepping from compound to trad. Like I say, when I first started, I was that used to having a fixed stop that I was driving the elbow, not the scap. And like I say, I reckon I got 3/4 of an inch variation in where the shot was breaking along the side of my face,
yeah,
which
yeah,
made for extreme frustration.
yeah. Like, but I was messing about with it a bit, and I've also messed around with stuff like I can kind of anchor in a way where I am pulling against my face,
Yeah,
so it kind of locks it and fixes my hand, and then I can kind of use that as a back wall
yeah,
and try, just increasing pressure against that until it pops. And that didn't work very well for me either. Because even though my hand guard was fixed in space and I recorded myself shooting like that, um, like I just had such different finger pressures and various things like that. And I was probably increasing the draw weight of my bow by a couple of pounds just by pulling against my face.
yeah.
Like that's how hard I was pulling against my
Wow,
face, like that. I was probably increasing the draw weight of my bear bow from 40 to like 45 pounds.
bloody
Right.
hell.
Yeah. And yeah, it didn't work. I also tried, doing it a bit lighter or heavier, right? And none of it worked. So, but it was a bit interesting to test out. Uh,
Yeah, I'm fine at the moment. I'm experimenting with so much. The thing I haven't experimented with yet is finger pressure on
yeah,
the
like
string. I'm just trying to get that back end all sorted, get the alignment, get the tension through the back, and then maybe I'll have a play with finger pressure.
yeah, yeah.
But
Currently, I shoot with 2 fingers, right? I
yeah,
just get a way better release for me, and I can get way more relaxed, right? It's just how it works for me, right? And
so will the third finger literally just be resting, or do you tuck that in and only shoot two fingers?
I tuck it behind my tab
Yeah.
plate. I have my tab if you want to see it, like,
Oh, if you
but I
got it to hand, yeah, that'd be lovely.
oh yeah, I have like all of my archery stuff down here in my living room. So if you want to see anything, just ask.
Oh, we've got to see your bow then.
Yeah, yeah. I have a bunch of arrows and various things. Yes.
So I've got to say, when you sent me those videos of you shooting, I was absolutely stunned by your bow. It was like, what the hell is that?
Yeah. And most important, this is my book of affirmations. Just
Ah,
yeah, it's all written in Norwegian. So, but it's just stuff like what I should think about. If this is going incorrectly, I should think about that.
yeah.
Various things like that. And you are a 250 plus shooter, right? But yeah, so my tab. So I'm shooting like I think it's a Spig Rally tab or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, and I've cut off the edge here so that I can anchor high. It's the same tab that I use my bear bow, and
Yeah.
I cut off the bottom here so that I can so that I get a good release with it, since I don't need the third finger,
Yeah.
and yeah, so yeah,
Wow.
and I tuck my fingers behind like this
Yeah.
at brace, so then I just have everything set. And I have this weird tendency for my fingers to kind of pop out like this and to be really tense.
Yeah.
So I can see that on some of my videos, and I haven't figured it out yet. It doesn't seem to matter though. It isn't like it is a difference if I'm shooting good or bad. It just I get like a little bit of extra tension right in these fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And I shoot with basically as much lever as I can fit in this tab.
Wow.
So the screws are on the absolute limits. So if anybody wants to make me a tab, I'm looking for one.
I'll tell you who to talk to. Uh, Paul Chittenden, Dirty Gnome Leather.
Yeah, like if you can make me something that will fit a lot of leather, right? I'm willing to.
Well, I bought my first tab off Paul when I went into single string. And of course, I know nothing about. I don't know a lot about tabs now. I knew absolutely zero about tabs, and I only found it because there was a picture came up on Instagram. I think it was Instagram saying Dragon Tab because he hand stamps dragon scales onto.
Oh
I,
yeah, those
I,
tabs.
I keep getting this wrong. Is it the face of the tab, the actual leather bit at the back, not the bit that goes on your fingers, that sits on the string, the thick bit behind it?
Oh yeah, it's been a while
And
since I've seen the tabs, but
he was.
yeah,
He explained to me. I said to him, "I've got Reynard, so in the cold I lose all. The only sensation I get in my fingers in the cold is pain.
yeah,
That's it. I can't feel anything apart from pain." And he talked me through what he thought would be best for me. And he said, "What size?" I said, "I haven't got the foggiest. I've got big palms and stubby little sausage fingers." So I sent him some photos of my hand with a tape measure across it. He said, "Yep, I know exactly what you need." And when my first tab came, when my hand was out like that, the leather was only to about here. And I'm thinking, that's never the right length. But as soon as I hooked, it sits perfectly at the end of my fingers. But yeah,
yeah. That's what I do. The level on my tab is cut as short as I can get it.
yeah,
I might cut it even a little shorter than this, to be honest. Like I kind of cut it until I can start feeling it hitting my like the tips of my
yeah,
fingers, and that's enough. And then I
yeah,
let it stretch a little bit, and then it's good. So
yeah. Because
yeah,
I thought I'd needed to come to there when my hand was straight. And he said, "No, if you do that, you'll have a big bit hanging over the end of your fingers. And as the shot breaks, it's just going to slap you in the face."
yeah, that's a big issue, right?
But
And
yeah, Paul is an absolute master with leather.
yeah. Oh yeah, and one of the reasons why I want a thick tab, and I would use this thickness, it's honestly a little thin for 50 pounds, right? But
Yeah,
it's like the most I can fit on it. This is what I was using for my 40-pound bear bow. And why I would use this much lever is that it kind of gives me the feel of a release aid. It's kind of interesting because the thickness of the lever, it slows down from when my fingers relax a
yeah,
little bit. And I think it gives me a little bit of forgiveness. Like if I relax one finger a little faster than the other, that
yeah,
it gives me a little bit of forgiveness, since the tab it evens out this.
yeah.
But I would need to see it in like slow motion or something, right? But it feels really, comfortable. So
See,
that's about the main reason.
my first tab off him had the cordovan that the string sits on, then two layers behind it. The one I'm shooting now has just got the cordovan and one piece behind it. But Paul will build them to whatever you want. He'll build to spec.
Yeah, yeah. I'll take a look at it and maybe send him a message.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's on Facebook as the Dirty Gnome Leather Company's on Facebook. See, he hadn't got a Facebook page when I first found him, and I made the mistake of Googling Dirty Gnome Leather.
ah,
Never. No.
yeah,
That
yeah,
there were some truly horrendous sites I came across.
yeah,
I'll send you a link to his Instagram page because he's not on Instagram as Dirty Gnome Leisure. He's on Instagram as Kentish Toxopholite. I mean,
yeah,
that's a proper mouthful, isn't it? But when we finish recording, I'll send you a link to his Instagram page.
yeah. I gotta take a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
remember
then
my friend Nathan that was on the last episode. He what's he had? He's had a dragon's head arrow cleaner, a beautiful bracer, and what else did he have? Oh, a dragon's head string keeper for the end of his bow.
yeah, I haven't got a string keeper. I use an old like I think it's called like a monkey's fist, like a knot,
Oh, yeah,
like a one like that, right? And it's quite small and then just like tied around,
yeah.
so I can use it as a string keeper.
I'm going to see if I can.
It's something that I made myself. So yeah,
God, I'm just trying to find. Oh, hang on. Right, I don't know if the camera will pick this up. This is Nathan's bracer, his arrow cleaner, and at the bottom is his dragon string keeper. That's
yeah. The camera is definitely struggling.
no,
And yeah, I
hang
think
on.
I can see it. Yeah.
No, it's me got the shakes.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Uh, yeah. And other than the what's it called, the tab, I've gotten one of these recently. It's the same one that Clays uses. It's mag sling. It's
Oh,
like, this is something I got from Frank just for free, right? I can't say that I'm sponsored by him on like the podcast, right? Like,
you can indeed.
yeah, yeah, just to make sure. But I just got this along with the arrows, and
This podcast is a safe space for people who don't need safe spaces, if you know what I mean.
yeah, yeah,
You can
just
say
making sure.
you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, but I would have bought this myself. It's just like it goes around the wrist and it has like a little magnet here and it just clicks. So
That is a really good idea.
yeah,
A
it's the
really
same one
good
as
idea.
this. So and the magnet is like really good. So you don't
Yeah,
have to get it at like a really specific angle. You just pop it.
yeah,
I had to make some small modifications though, since the string was a little short for my bow.
yeah.
So I had to like release it, and it's just a teeny bit of string behind the tape here, so it's barely holding on. Yeah, yeah, but it works pretty good. Uh,
Right, have you got your bow to hand there? Because I want folks to see
oh,
the riser section of your bow. I mean, this thing is, like I
yeah,
say, you bludgeon the target to death with this thing, don't you?
yeah. Give me
I
a
say
sec.
first thing I thought was the CDWF riser when I saw this, and when William brings it over, you will see why. if you're listening to this on audio and not watching it on YouTube, you've got to watch it on YouTube.
Uh, Give me a second. So that's the
That
rice section.
is insane.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I actually have my this thing, so I could give you a rough length of it. So 12, 12 plus 7. So the actual rice section, so not the fade out,
Yeah,
but like the actual rice section. So from either one of my thumbs is around
19 inches.
19 inches in
Yeah,
length, 19,
wow,
20 inches in length. Uh, yeah,
that
and then the
is,
fade out should be probably around 24, 25. I
yeah.
don't know. Yeah, about that. I don't have anything fine enough to measure. Yeah,
I see
and
what you mean about that grip height, though. That is really high, isn't it?
yeah, I don't. It's kind of difficult for me to measure it.
Yeah,
I'll see if I will see if I can figure it out, but it's got to be at least close to 50 degrees.
yeah.
I would say it's at least close.
Hang on, I have an idea. This is going to sound crazy.
Yeah.
Uh, what am I after? Measure.
Oh, you have like the app on your phone?
Yeah, hang on a minute.
I didn't know they had an app for that.
I don't know how
Maybe my head's in the way.
that's showing -34. So if we take 34 off 90, 56 degrees.
Damn, that's more than I would have thought.
Well,
Uh,
that's just using the spirit level app on
yeah,
my
that
iPhone.
might be that might be a little inaccurate.
Yeah, but it looks
Maybe.
coming from the horizontal. You look well above 45 degrees.
Yeah, I'm definitely above 45, so
So that
it's still
might
like
not be that far off. So if we
yeah.
take
Actually, now
that
that I
as the
think about it,
90,
yeah,
take 34 off. Yeah, 56.
yeah. Actually, now this it might not be quite 56, maybe like 53, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you, like
Well,
it
that
doesn't
that
really
that's
matter
just you,
that much,
that's just using a native phone app against a computer screen. I mean, how much more sketchy and redneck can you get than that? We want an accurate measurement. Let's hold a phone against a computer screen.
Yeah, and I wrap my grip with like a lot of tape and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it's just how I like it, you know. It's for function more than looks.
yeah.
Yeah, and while I have it, can you see it? Somewhat. I think so. Like the center of gravity is about here
Wow.
on this bow. Like yeah, about here. So
Yeah,
it's quite a bit forwards and
it is,
actually,
isn't it?
what?
It is forward, well in
Yeah,
front of the throat of the grip.
yeah. So that means that it's kind of difficult to show, but it wants to tip forward on me
Yeah.
quite a bit. Let me just let me just throw it down on here. It's kind of annoying to have. Like if I could like take it down, it would be a little bit more convenient. And just like the CD riser, I can like just rest on the ground by itself.
Yeah,
Like it's not very stable though, so I need to be careful with that. Yeah,
complete with it is its own built-in bow stand.
yeah. But I have stolen a bow stand from my local archery club, so I use it. Yeah, yeah.
There seems to be a theme going on here with you and your local archery club, doesn't there?
Yeah, they can take the loss. And oh yeah, today I was messing around with the parallel arrows that he sent me.
Yeah,
Like the other ones that he had, I have them in like a case somewhere,
yeah.
but they are very similar to this. They actually weigh about the same. The only difference is these are parallel and the others are tapered from 11:30 seconds at the point end to like 9
9/16.
yeah, 9/16 I
Yeah,
think it's called.
that's quite a tape. Of course, normally they go down, and a lot of folks do. It'll go 11/30 second to fight.
5/16.
Yeah, that's it. 10/30 seconds, 5/16. 11/30 seconds, 5/16. But going down to 9/16.
Yeah, yeah, they are definitely powerfully tapered. Like
Yeah,
and these are like full-fledged and 5-inch feathers.
that's
They're
a lot of steering.
yeah, yeah, they're quite nice. It's probably similar to what Claes is running on his indoor arrows in
Yeah,
like total feather length, right? Because he runs some really long feathers.
yeah,
Yeah. But my bow isn't really an indoor bow by any means. So yeah, like I would shoot closer to 40 pounds for indoor.
yeah.
Yeah, and these are quite light arrows. They are 475 grains. 100 grain points. And this is the same for the other set of indoor
Yeah.
arrows that he sent me. And, I messed around with them quite a bit.
So you watch shooting about 9.5 grains per pound.
Yeah, with these indoor arrows, which is quite light for indoor. My 3D arrows weigh the same.
Yeah,
Yeah, so yeah, so I could honestly use these for 3D, but I'm afraid that I wouldn't get a 30-meter point on.
yeah.
Like honestly, I'm a little bit afraid that I wouldn't get that with my 3D arrows either. Right, so
Well, I've noticed with that new bow I've got when I'm shooting the cottonmouth, the arrows I'm shooting for 3D are around the 480 grain mark, which is about 10.5 grains per pound off the 45 pound bow. With the cottonmouth, my point on was 31, 32 yards. With the new VPA Bosun bow, my point on's almost at 40 yards.
yeah, yeah, like
So it's a quick bow,
yeah,
and well, I run a ridiculous amount of weight up front. Of course, I want them to buck the wind. So I've got those little 2-inch blazer profile feathers on the back, 4 of those, and I'm running 250 grains up front. But I've got 100 grain brass insert and 150 grain points.
yeah,
I
yeah,
the downside of that is when they start to drop, the flight path where I'm like, I've got to go back to frontier. I'm like, the
yeah,
flight
yeah, yeah,
path isn't up and a nice parabolic down. They tend to go up, and it's like some out of a Roadrunner cartoon. They kind of stop down and just plummet straight. It's like watching lemmings come off a cliff.
yeah, like, yeah, yeah.
But shooting in the wind today, you could see the wind catching the back end of the arrow and really pushing the back end of the arrow, but that weight up front just kept him driving forward on the straight line, on the same line.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually the difference I noticed between like the parallel arrows that I was shooting today.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten to mess around with that much. So I was just shooting them today, and the parallel arrows that I
yeah,
had, or no, the tapered ones I meant. And as the tapered ones have a lot more forward of center,
yeah,
so they behaved a lot nicer in the wind. While these
yeah.
arrows, they today when I was shooting them in the wind, they would fly towards the target, and then the wind would catch them, and they would just
The whole
go
arrow would do that
go
rather
center.
than the front staying on
Sorry,
track and
they
the
would
back
like
doing that.
yeah, they would like go towards the wind would catch them, go a bit to the side, and just get shot out.
Yeah,
While my other arrows, they would go towards the wind, get shot out, but the point would still steer them
yeah.
towards the target. but they're indoor arrows, so that doesn't really matter that
I was going to
much.
say it's something you don't have to contend with shooting indoors. Is
But I'm shooting in the garden, and it gets quite windy where I live.
yeah,
So, oh yeah, this is my 3D arrows. So they're like 3 inch.
I was going to say they're much smaller feathers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are 3 inch feathers,
Yeah,
like the shield cuts ones, I think they're called.
yeah,
Uh, Also a full fledged, right? And I'm shooting 100 grain points,
yeah,
and just standard AE knocks, right? And these are 5/16 through,
yeah.
right? And what else? Oh yeah, the thing that's really interesting about them is that they're very short. They are 27 and a half
Wow.
inches from like the deepest part of the knock
Yeah,
to the back of the point.
yeah.
So that means that when I shoot these, the point rides up on the arrow shelf.
Wow.
So they are as short as you can get them.
Yeah. Do
I still
you
get
use?
really good gaps with these though. So at
Sorry.
18 meters, like with gaps, right? Because I can anchor really high,
Yeah.
be comfortably, right? Or like it doesn't look that high, but I'm really comfortable with it, right? So I can anchor quite high. So my gaps are at 18 meters. I'm having to aim around 25 centimeters
Wow.
below what I want to hit. And for reference, that's about 5 centimeters below and like a standard 40
Yeah.
centimeter archery target, right? At
That
18 meters.
that's a crazy small gap for such a short
Yeah,
arrow, isn't it?
yeah.
I
I
normally you'd think an arrow that short, you'd be gapping 3 feet.
Yeah, actually, my first shot with these sabres, I used like the wrong anchor or something, and
Yeah.
I hit like 3 feet above what I wanted to aim at.
Wow.
So I hit because at my local club they have like above the targets they have like a beam of wood, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I was maybe this far from hitting the wood, so I had to get
Ooh.
the ladder to go up and grab it. So then I learned from that and corrected my anchor a bit and
Yeah.
aimed a bit lower.
I mean,
Right.
my first serious play with trad bows, I met the guys from Hybrid Archery in Norfolk. They'd come up to Merlin, and I'd ordered my riser, was waiting for it to come, and I was picking my Euchre limbs up that day from Merlin. And have you seen the T-Bow Hoitsutori knockoff? They've got
Ebo,
T-Bow.
yes.
They're a Chinese brand. They do a knockoff of the Hoitsutori. It looks identical to the Satori and apparently
Oh yeah, that
very
one. Yeah.
similar.
Yeah, oh
Well,
yeah.
Alex had got two of those with him and shooting 20. I mean, it's my first time shooting without sights. And I discovered that because the arrows were down to about 29 inches, 29, 30 inches, at 20 yards, I was anchoring. Now I anchor here, then I was stuck in that there. So because I was anchoring so low, to hit the middle of the target at 20 yards, their bosses are about 3 feet off the floor, mounted into a wall. And anchoring down there, I was having to aim where the wall touched the floor.
Uh,
It was the gap had got to be about 4 feet.
yeah.
It was
Yeah. Like
absolutely crazy.
yeah. Actually, the thing with me is that I have no problem anchoring high, right?
Yeah,
But I struggle to anchor low.
yeah,
So so Bebo is quite difficult for me actually
yeah,
because I can't get a very consistent anchor. It's a bit of a struggle because
yeah,
most people they can just throw the hand below the cheekbone,
yeah,
right, and they get pretty normal cruise, right. If I do that, I just get my that's just my longbow anchor.
yeah.
I anchor with under my cheek,
Yeah,
right?
I
And I,
do. I anchor.
yeah,
Actually, the way I draw, I found if I draw into anchor, I'm not particularly comfortable and I'll dig hard into my face. So now what I tend to do is come up to alignment and then just rest my cheekbone on my hand,
yeah,
which is complete. It's the opposite of how you're taught. But I just
yeah,
find that works best if I come to alignment and then just rest on. The thing after watch I don't do is I just drop my head onto my hand. If I turn in like that, again, I have delightfully chubby cheeks and I'll just drive the string straight into my cheek. Like I say, it's all things, the more I shoot, the more I'm finding out what works best for me. And it's when I decided to go single string, I was told it's only a stick and string, it's simple. Like hell is it simple? It's
oh
way
no,
more
it's
complicated than compound.
yeah, especially tuning,
Yeah,
especially when you're talking about like a bare bow and tuning for 3D, as in different cruels and stuff.
yeah,
That's one of the main things that I found to be really annoying with bare bow is that different cruels really messed me up.
yeah.
Right, I just had horrible arrow flight with different cruels,
I've
and
wondered about that 'cause I mean, if you've got a big crawl and you tune for your big crawl, surely it's going to throw the tuning out for a touch in the knock crawl.
well, it depends a bit because, for example, with my original bare bow anchor, where I was
Yeah,
really comfortable, right? Uh, so my theoretical ideal anchor, right?
yeah.
Uh, like with that anchor, my cruels were very small, and what that caused, it's kind of difficult to show what I'm talking about, but I think you can see my bow here.
Every time I see that, I'm
Yeah,
like, wow, that is
yeah, let's throw it
spectacular.
back a bit. But if you have your pressure point at around where my finger is, right,
Yeah,
and if I am if you cruel below this, you're going to have it. It's going to be low difficult, right?
yeah,
Because then you are pulling from below relative to where your pressure point is, right?
yeah.
But if you're above it, then it also feels really off. And it's kind of like it's difficult for me to describe what I'm talking about, but it just doesn't feel very good. And especially when you have a heightened rest, so the difference between where the arrow is relative to your hand
Yeah.
is a bit higher, right? So I was like quite far up. So my 20-meter crawl, I think, was uh, an inch or something.
Yeah.
Like it was nothing, right? So I was maybe like here relative to the knock points. I don't think you can see them.
I can see the one knock point there.
Yeah, so this here was so I was not cooling a lot, and
That
it just was
actually,
really
that is
uncomfortable.
small.
Yeah, so that was really uncomfortable for me, like with how the bow felt at full
Yeah,
draw. So then I changed my angle to be lower, so that I got like a pretty normal cruel, right?
yeah.
Maybe a little bit on the shorter side, but quite normal. And that anchor was just not very comfortable. So that's probably one of my main issues with Bearbo is that I kind of have like two problems. Either I have a crew that's too short and then it just feels off when I am, getting my tensions
Yeah,
and stuff, or I have an uncomfortable anchor. So I couldn't do like Olympic archery, like
yeah.
anchoring below here. I just couldn't do it. And I have tried. I just can't get tension in that way.
See, I noticed when I went over to the States, I took two Timber Creek cottonmouths with me, both £45. The one I ended up shooting was the Gen 2 cottonmouth, On the original prototype Cottonmouth I've got, to get a 20-yard fixed crawl, I was 6 stitches down my tab. With the second Cottonmouth, my 20-yard fixed crawl was only 2 stitches down the tab. And I ended up shooting the second Cottonmouth because it just felt much nicer on draw and it seemed to hold better with just a 2 stitch crawl than the original that was 6 stitches crawl. When I drew, it just felt it didn't feel anywhere near as good, and it didn't seem to aim as good either.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Like that's one of the things with like tuning for a barebow is that
yeah,
the amount of cool that you have adjusts your tiller
yeah,
and adjusts your weight position, right?
yeah. And
And
I'd say they felt so different at anchor, and the draw cycle felt totally different. And it
yeah,
was only when I was thinking after, I'm thinking, well, yeah, I can see now why ILF is so advantageous, especially if you've got a bigger crawl, because you can alter that tiller, can't you? So it still feels nice. It
yeah,
still feels nice to draw. Still seems to hold well, rather than, I say, the original prototype felt stiff, and the only way I can describe it is stiff and stacky.
yeah. And you also, of course, just have like differences in limb profiles and stuff. Like for example, on my barebow, it is quite short for me. It's 68 inches
Yeah,
in like AMO length. Yeah, and that is a little bit on the short side for me. So
yeah,
even though it was very like it was a pretty smooth bow, completely fine and smoothness,
yeah,
it like the string angle just messed me up a lot.
yeah.
So I had a lot of problems with forgiveness, right? So I'd probably, if I was going to shoot barebow again, which I'm planning on, because I kind of want to shoot barebow for indoors and then like longbow for 3D and
Yeah.
stuff. Because I just can't be bothered dealing with like the different crawls and stuff. I
Yeah.
hate it. I just hate tuning for that because I just wouldn't feel confident in it.
Yeah.
I've even thought about doing what Joel does with like the thumb shooting, right?
That fascinated me.
Yeah, because
That,
like I find the aiming thing that he describes really interesting
yeah.
because he describes it as let me see, point to that camera. Like he sees the side of the arrow, but can
Yeah.
still place it on what he wants to hit, right? So then he just sees a ramp and adjusts it for the distance.
Yeah.
So short distance, he just points at that what he wants to hit, and he can adjust that, and you can really easily see that trajectory. Once you learn your bow a bit.
I was contemplating, because thumb shooting fascinates me, and Joel and Dylan both shoot thumb draw. I thought, do I order a left-handed vaporizer and try thumb? But I thought, no, because that's a lot of money to spend if I discover I don't like thumb draw. But Joel said you can shoot as a right-handed archer. You can shoot a right-handed bow. Thumb draw, you just have to get a lot of cant to get the arrow right under your eye.
Yeah, I have thought about like different rests, and
Yeah.
this is some stuff that I have thought about, right? But like the compound drop away rests that are activated by the limb.
Yes.
Yeah, I have thought about mounting one of those on like a barebow riser, and then you wouldn't need to use a plunger.
Yeah.
And since it drops away, you'd get a lot more clearance,
Yeah.
right? And I have thought about it, but like the thing is, I would want to have a lot of like that fine adjustment side to side, so that
Yeah.
I could adjust for different crews and stuff potentially, and that would
So
be interesting for 3D.
you'd get some strange looks.
Yeah, yeah, I would. I think I saw one compound guy who messed around a bit with barebow trying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was still using a plunger though, but I forgot who it was though. But yeah, I was. But I've been thinking about it a bit. But it's like I get a lot of thoughts of things that I want to mess around with, and a
Yeah.
lot of them are stuff that I can't really do. So it's kind of annoying. So yeah.
Yeah, and the one thing I think I've got to start doing is find somewhere and do some indoor shooting.
Yeah.
I've been told that will up my 3D game because NFAS, the society, I'm a member of two societies over here. NFAS, National Field Archery Society, and EFA. EFA is affiliated to the IFAA.
Uh,
Uh, NFAS, they've run one indoor 3D championship, but it's all unknown distance. And you don't have an indoor paper face round or a short paper face round, should I say, because I think World Archery are changing it from indoor and outdoor, or I saw it on the AGB page on Facebook. They're not calling them indoor and outdoor rounds now. They're calling them short and long rounds. But NFAS rewards first arrow success
uh,
and indoor or traditional paper rounds reward consistency, don't they? You've got to learn to be consistent rather than just
like
first arrow that hits scores.
you mean like shooting a 300 round, like World Archery style?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that rewards. I'd say NFAS rewards first arrow success.
Yeah.
You're allowed up to 3 arrows in NFAS on the big game round, but your first arrow that scores is the only arrow you need to shoot. So if you miss with your first arrow, you take a second. If you miss with your second arrow, you take a third. But if you hit with your first arrow, that's it. You're finished on that target.
Mm.
Whereas with the World Archery rounds and the IFAA paper rounds, it is all about consistency, isn't it? And you build stamina as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I when I shoot, I will sometimes place two triple targets on the target face, and I shoot
Yeah,
like 6 arrows at a time or
yeah,
something. Or I will use one Vegas face and just shoot two in each. Right? Playing it a little risky.
yeah.
Yeah, like
I
yeah,
have to admit, I'm a sucker for a single face rather than
yeah,
a three spot because although it's amazing to hit 310s on a Vegas face, it doesn't feel as satisfying as sticking 3 arrows like that in a
yeah.
single.
I'll give you have a point. Yeah, but
I was forever blowing arrows up or shooting veins off when I was shooting compound. And Rob used to say, Rich, I've told you stop shooting groups. And it's why there's nothing more satisfying than hearing one arrow rattle off another.
yeah.
It's
it's a very
because you're not
satisfying.
aiming at three different targets and you moving your position each time. When you shoot in groups, that's the ultimate in precise repetition for me, shooting at exactly the same spot over and over again. And I used to blow I'd shoot veins off, I'd shoot through veins, I'd blow knocks up, I'd Robin Hood arrows. But there is something so it must be the 12-year-old in me that it's yeah, that's precision when you're shooting and all three shafts are touching.
Yeah.
I
It's
love doing that shit.
yeah, yeah. That's why I shoot those for competition. Though it's just that it gets really annoying.
Yeah, you
because
got the risk of glance outs
good
as well, haven't
arrows.
you? Though
What?
when you're shooting competition, if you're shooting a single spot face, you've also got the risk of deflecting off your own arrows and costing yourself points.
With a 50-pound bow, it isn't that big of an issue.
Yeah,
Chris Kent, he would agree with me. Like I more break the knock than deflect,
yeah,
right? Or like break a shaft rather than deflect.
yeah,
Yeah. But the main reason is that it's quite difficult. It takes a lot of time to throw on these knocks
yeah,
because it isn't just like a pin knock where I just throw it on.
yeah,
I got to, get the glue ready. Then I
yeah,
got to, throw it on. Then I got to like check that it is on straight, right, etc., etc. And it takes a lot of time.
yeah.
So, for example, one day I had 4 arrows in my quiver because I'd been a little lazy and hadn't fixed up any of my arrows. And this was like 2 weeks ago where my 3D arrows went. And I was shooting really good one day, as in I had shot like 15 arrows and I was going on like a 9.09 average, right?
Wow, that's
It's
impressive.
ridiculous, right? And I was feeling really, really good, right? I'd shot like 1.8 out of 15 arrows, right? And I was feeling really good. But, you know, I happened to just shoot 2 arrows, right? Breaks one knock, breaks
Ah.
the other knock, and boom, now I have 2 arrows and then no more shooting for that day. So it ended a little anticlimactic. And just for reference, that's 272 out of 300. If
That's
I
a
shot, the same, and I was feeling
damn good
really good.
score.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is. So it was kind of sad. So I was upset for a couple of days after that.
So shooting carbons, I just use pushing knocks. I'm lucky there, but when I messaged you and said this afternoon, did you get the Zoom meeting link? I had to go and have a nap. Of course,
Yeah,
last night, the state of the feathers on the back of my arrows is shocking. They're awful. When we shot at Liberty, it was in the rain, and the feathers would just lay flat in the rain.
yeah.
And I didn't realise when they hit the 3D, although they're lying flat at launch, when they hit the 3D and come to an abrupt stop, the feathers just fling forwards.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't steamed them, so my feathers looked atrocious. So I decided I was going to refletch some. But
Yeah.
like I say, I buy my feathers from AliExpress, and the only problem is they've got a thick quill, quite a deep quill. So because I like to helical them after sand down the quills. Now Trad Sniper reckons he finds that really zen sanding quills. I don't. I find it mind destroyingly boring, and I'll keep stopping and watching YouTube. So I think it's about 1:30 this morning when I went to bed because I'd been sat there fucking sanding the quills on feathers. So by this afternoon, I came back early from the club, double checked you'd got the Zoom link, and I said to the wife, right, it's no good. I've got to go and have an hour's nap now. I was just exhausted. I looked like the Kung Fu Panda. I got big dark rings around my eyes where I was so damn tired. That's the
Oh
only
yeah.
downside of feathers, sanding the freaking quills. And I'm only using little 2 inch feathers. It'd be a nightmare doing it on 4 and 5 inch feathers. So for a dozen arrows, 4 fletch, that's
Yeah, it's a lot of
48 feathers. You got to sit and sand.
yeah, it's a good thing that Frank does it for me for free.
So
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
kind of.
That is the height of customer service. That is
Yeah.
standing the quills down on the feathers. Of course, it's an awful job. I took some to work with the one day and got one of the lads, like a little belt sander, handheld belt sander, to
Yeah.
try it. I hit the button, just touched the feather against it, and the quill had disappeared, and the veins of the feathers just floated off. I think I could do with a variable speed belt sander, so I can just hold them on there and do them a lot quicker than sat there like. That's awful. The one job I love fletching arrows, but it's the one job I dislike doing. Now I'm going to ask: do you glue or tape your feathers on?
You got to ask Frank. I'm pretty sure he tapes. I'm pretty sure he glues them.
Yeah, so I
Um,
tend to tape mine, but then tip and tail them with a slow cure glue.
yeah, like if I was gonna personally do it, though, yeah, you mean like the little tape, like
Yeah,
the red stuff, right?
yeah, the fletching
Like
tape.
I've tried that. I didn't really like it, to be honest. It's just for me, like it was so finicky with the tape.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm probably
Did,
just doing it wrong. So
did you
I
see the new
so,
video the push put out about fletching his arrows, where he rubs a blade along the tape and he just lifts it?
yeah, I saw that recently.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like I never got it to work. It wouldn't get off like the actual like the tape bit,
yeah,
like the
yeah.
protective layer.
The
Like
first time I fletched arrows using that, one arrow took me nearly an hour,
yeah,
purely
it's the same for
because
me.
I just couldn't pick the end up. I'd try and use a knife and just lift the whole of the tape off the base of the feather, off the quill, or I'd be sitting there like that,
Yeah, I just don't have
just
the patience
trying to get
to.
that protective layer off, and I turned the air blue. I used words I didn't even know were in my vocabulary. I
Yeah,
swear I invented new cuss words that day.
yeah, it was the same for me. I was down in like my garage,
Yeah,
right, which is below like where I'm sitting now, right.
yeah,
This is the living room, right, and I was down there, messing about with this with the fletching jig that I stole from the club, right? Because back in those days, I don't have that one anymore, sadly. Yeah, but I was, messing around with that. And then, after a while, I was just getting so annoyed,
yeah.
after just struggling to get this off. And then I was, swearing in Norwegian, saying some great words, like fitte is, a classic one.
Victor,
Yeah, yeah, it's a great one. Yeah.
what does that
Yeah,
mean?
Clays, when I shoot with Clays, he complains a bit that I swear too much.
And
Because
Clace
if I
loves
shoot a bad one,
swearing.
yeah, because I swear a bit. So last time I shot with him, like I was, doing my normal thing, shooting a bit, and I shot one, and the wind caught it, right? So
Yeah.
it drifted off, like a pretty good shot, drifted off to like the seven ring, and I was like, "Helvete, jävla fitte," and that is not a very nice word. Like, if you're curious, like, fitte basically means bitch in Norwegian.
Ah.
Yeah, like it's like the direct translation. And then helvete just means hell, but like a less nice version, right? But then I was, saying this, and Claes was like, if you go into Lancaster, you might want to be careful about swearing on the shooting line because like some people might get a little bit upset
Yeah.
and tell on you to the judge, which is true. Like you're not supposed to talk while on the shooting line
Yeah.
on the at least world archery rules.
Yeah.
But yeah, but yeah, they would probably not appreciate me swearing,
Would they
even if it is in
would they
Norwegian.
understand you though? I mean, there's only
Yeah,
the Danes and the Norwegians would understand you.
yeah, that's a good point. Like, and some of the Swedes as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but but that's like usually. So when I'm in the garden shooting, I swear,
Yeah.
like it's part of my process, is what I like to say. Yeah,
The only outlay you do in your shop process is the swearing afterwards.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I have it blueprinted, as Joel would say in his course. You make a good shot, you blueprint it.
Yep.
I make a bad shot, I blueprint the swearing afterwards.
Have you got a different profanity for each scoring ring out from the centre?
Uh, I haven't, written it down,
Yeah,
but yeah, to a degree.
I think shooting 3Ds. If you wanting the 11 and you miss, that's a shit. If you
Yeah,
want an 11 and you hit an 8, that's a bitch. And if you want the 11 and hit a 5, that's a full Samuel L. Jackson motherfucker.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I,
It's all
like,
right if you're shooting with Australians. You can drop the C bomb, and they just think you're using it as a term of endearment to them.
yeah, man, it's pretty ridiculous. I remember I was like with one of my friends, and
Yeah,
like one of my friends, me and him, we talk in English with each other, right?
yeah.
He's from Bulgaria, right? And I remember that we were at like some shop or something, and I have no clue what the conversation was about, but I just, for some reason said cunt, right? You know, like,
The
not as
king
in
of
like,
swear words.
yeah, not as in like that guy's a cunt, but
Yeah.
like just cunt something. Maybe I was telling some random story, and then like 2 3 seconds later, I just feel like a tap on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Look behind myself, and it's just some random 55-year-old woman. And then she talked to her a little bit, and I was like, and she was basically like, "That's a very naughty word," you know, like with that motion, if I
Yeah.
recall correctly. And uh, yeah, and she also said that word means like a man who has had his genitals cut off, which I didn't really get.
I've
Like,
never heard cunt used
yeah,
in that.
I didn't think it meant that. Like, but I don't know. But I just kind of said okay, and we just kind of walked away from her.
Yeah. See,
Yeah,
I like the way the Aussies do it. They walk up to each other, "G'day, you cunt," and it's a term of endearment.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
That's
it only becomes an insult when they call somebody a shit cunt. Then it's an insult.
yeah. But it's like it's with the boys,
Yeah.
like some of the stuff in my group chat with my mates cannot be said in society.
It
Like,
brings to mind that meme when we'd over at the pearly gates and they say, "Yep, everything's looking good so far. Looks as though you're coming into heaven. One final test. Show me your group chats."
oh yeah, no, it's not getting jokes to anybody. Like, and that's one of the things that worries me. Like, if I book a trip to the US for like
Yeah,
Lancaster, let's say, right? Like, I get to border patrol, and then because there was one Norwegian guy who was going to the US, and
yeah.
like apparently they checked his phone and they found like a JD Vance meme, right, on like his phone.
Wasn't
Like
he a scientist?
like the guy that got caught, like the meme.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like
I read something about that.
yeah, like and he got held up and wasn't allowed because of like the JD Vance meme.
Yeah,
Whatever. It was ridiculous. And funny thing is, like a couple of months later or something, JD Vance started just using this as like part of his own like thing.
yeah.
Yeah, so like it was pretty funny to me. But yeah, like with the stuff that I like on Instagram, like I'm not making it in.
Oh, see, I mean, people think that's harsh that they won't let you in for slagging them off. Mate, in this country, you post 30 words on social media and you get put in prison.
Yeah, man, it's just ridiculous to me.
We've had more people, a lot more people, sent to prison for 30 words on social media than the Russians have.
Yeah, and then,
And
yeah,
that's absolutely insane.
yeah, and
Absolutely insane. Sheer craziness in this country at the moment. They're attacking field sports. We've just had the government announce they're going to try and put a bill through to ban the sale of crossbows, and anybody that already owns one has to have it licensed. That's just it. They're trying to deflect. I think we've had 10 crossbow related shootings in 10 years. That's it, one a year. And they're looking at banning them. Yet we get in excess of 50,000 knife crimes a year and 3,500 firearm incidents a year. And they want to ban crossbows. I mean, if you want to go on a killing spree, the last thing you're going to use is a crossbow, isn't it?
yeah, it just seems ridiculous to me. You also
It's
like, yeah,
because they're just
like,
trying to deflect attention from everything else. That's all they're using it for. The mother of somebody that got killed with a crossbow started this campaign. They ran a call for evidence saying, should we introduce licensing or should we leave it as it is? 80 odd percent of respondents said, leave it as it is. There was never a mention of a ban of sale of them in the call for evidence. And then they've announced they're going to try and outlaw the sale of them. Absolute insanity.
like,
Like Christ, we've already seen people on killing sprees if they can't get hold of a gun, because criminals can always get hold of whatever they want. All they're going to do is grab a knife or drive down the road and plough a car through a crowd of people. It's insane. This country is really, really. It is becoming like a communist dictatorship where you get locked up for 30 words and you're not allowed anything that they consider a weapon.
yeah, I'm going to give it.
Insanity.
It gets ridiculous with some of the standards. Like,
Yeah,
I will give it though that I will give that some of like the Second Amendment stuff in the US gets a little bit ridiculous, in my opinion, right? Of course, I'm not in America, but like, like some of
well,
the guys that say that, oh, you should have like a fully automatic machine gun without any sort of licensing or oversight.
yeah.
Like, you don't need that for self-defense, hunting. Like, what do you need that for, right?
Because
Like,
you can have it.
yeah, like what I would say is, some sort of licensing would be reasonable.
I,
That
I,
takes at least a couple of months. But yeah, but that's
I,
political
I
stuff.
think though, if you're brought up in a culture of guns, gun safety becomes second nature. When I was out with Joel and Dylan in Montana, I thought I'd feel nervous being around people with guns. I felt the safest I have felt in years being in an area where so many people carry. Over here, we're allowed to carry a folding blade up to 3.5 inches, but it can't be a lockable blade. If it's a lockable blade, you're in front of the courts unless you've got lawful excuse for carrying it. I hate going into Birmingham. I hate London. I loathe and detest. You do not feel safe because there is an epidemic of knife crime. And if somebody pulls out a knife, there's nothing you can do. When I was in Montana, where so many people carry, you think, well, if some nutter pulls out a knife or a gun, somebody's going to drop them before they can do anything. There is that means of self defense. And like I say, I thought I'd feel nervous being around somewhere where so many people carry, but by God, I felt so safe because in areas where lots of people carry, they're brought up in that culture of responsibility and safety. And it is about personal responsibility. You look at the States, the area where there is most gun crime are in areas where gun ownership is most restricted. And mass shootings happen in gun-free zones because the criminals know there's nobody there to stop them. Nobody else is carrying. And I do think it comes down to personal responsibility. When you're raised around them, safety is priority. You know, you brought up knowing the rules of gun safety. Whereas if they relax the gun rules over here, I think there'd be so much of a novelty factor. You'd be having people pulling guns on somebody who'd sworn at them.
Yeah, that is interesting.
I think it creates the Billy Big Bollocks factor. Whereas if you're brought up in that culture, and what did I say? There are, I can't remember how many guns are in circulation in the States. I think it works out about 9 or 10 per head of population.
Yeah, yeah, and
Well,
of
it's
course,
like Switzerland with everybody being an army reservist. Every house has a military rifle in it. And you don't see the problems there. I don't know what the solution is to that. I think it's more people need to be taught the safety and responsibility from a very young age.
yeah, I agree with that, and like I feel like I should clarify a bit. Like I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to own
Yeah,
guns and stuff.
just
Yeah, just to clarify, right?
some of the fully auto stuff. Maybe there should be
Yeah, like at
some
least
kind of
like
background
my
checks
point
going on.
is that there should be some form of licensing, you know,
Yeah,
and it should take at least like 3 to 6 months to get this license.
yeah,
But that means that if you have some nutcase who's like, some kid that I don't know got an F in some random class at school or something,
yeah.
and he's super upset. He has now 6 months to think about this. You know,
Before he goes and
yeah,
yeah,
you'll be surprised at how many people would reconsider.
yeah,
You know, and anybody who wants a gun for a lawful purpose can survive 6 months after they turn 18
yeah.
or something. Well, I don't know in the US if it's 18 that's the limit.
I think it varies state to
Yeah,
state
I would need to check. But
because there are if you look at different states, there are differing rules about open carry, concealed carry, constitutional carry. Uh, what you can have. I mean, you look at most of the democratic states. There are a lot of them. I know Hawaii and California. You're not allowed what they call large capacity magazines, which is anything over 10 rounds. You're only allowed up to 10 rounds in a magazine.
yeah, I'm gonna give some of that stuff. It's just it gets pretty ridiculous, especially when like the people making these rules can't give basic firearm terminology.
Yeah.
You know, like
Well,
they
the
say
term
stuff.
assault
Yeah,
rifle, there is no such thing as an assault rifle. I
yeah,
remember watching a documentary where the documentary maker took an AR-15 and a semi-auto 3006, and they said to people, which of these is the most dangerous weapon? And everybody said the AR-15 because the press have wrongly told them That's a machine gun. No, it's not. They're both semi-automatic sporting rifles. Just one looked like a hunting rifle and one looked like something you see the military carry. Now, a 3006, a semi-auto 3006, can do an awful lot more damage than a semi-auto 223. You know, it's shooting a much bigger, heavier round, an awful lot faster, and to a much greater distance.
Yeah, and you can't blame like the common man because
No,
if you
because
don't
this is
know
what the
about this
press
stuff,
tells them.
yeah, like
If a
if you
rifle's black, it's bad and military.
yeah, but like if you're going to be making rules about this stuff, you really should be able to tell basic
Yeah,
firearm parts, right? For example, like I've heard this stuff about like the pistol grip stuff, which I don't understand at all. Like in some of these states, they've talked about like the pistol grip being like what makes it an assault rifle,
yeah.
yeah, and banning that, which just gets ridiculous,
Who
right?
was it? One of the US politicians stood up in either the Senate or Congress and said AR-15 stood for Assault Rifle 15. No, it doesn't. It's Armalite Rifle. It was made by the Armalite Gun Company. Armalite Rifle 15.
Yeah,
It's absolutely crazy. There's so much ignorance going on out there, and a lot of it is peddled by the press just for
yeah,
clickbait headlines.
and I give that it gets like I'll give that two like kind of extremes on both on like the both ends where you have like the extreme that wants to just ban absolutely everything,
Yeah,
and then you have the extreme that just wants everything to be completely illegal, like no restrictions at all. But I think the majority of people have a reasonable idea of what should be
a
should be
reasonable idea of common sense.
yeah,
But
like
again, the press don't want to promote that. The press at the moment, see, I don't know what it's like in Norway, but over here, and you see it particularly in the States, the press are playing divide and conquer. They want people to be permanently outraged rather than just sitting down and saying, let's have a conversation, let's talk, let's not concentrate on differences, let's concentrate on common ground.
yeah, we do have it somewhat here in Norway, but it's really not very bad. At least when I
Yeah,
look at the US, because yeah, because like it just gets ridiculous to me how divided the US is by the politics. Because you just have the
the
Republicans
UK is going the same
and
way.
but you have no choice,
Yeah,
right? Because like I didn't find this out until relatively recently, but the US has other parties than the Democrats and Republicans, right?
they're
They
the
have
two big ones that everything seems to
yeah,
be about, aren't they?
yeah, but like the Green Party got like a
Yeah,
couple 100,000 votes, I think. Maybe like a
yeah,
100,000 votes, and then like a couple independents and like two, three other parties. But nobody votes for these parties because your vote is just thrown away at that
yeah.
point. Like it's just
I, we had a big shock over here. We've got a Green Party over here, and the guy that runs it used to be a hypnotherapist who convinced loads of women he could hypnotize their boobs to grow bigger. This is the guy that's running the Green Party, and they just won a by election over here by quite a sizable majority. And it was just, I found it absolutely hilarious. How can people take seriously a guy that convinced women he could hypnotize their boobs to grow?
yeah. We always have something. We don't even nearly have. I
Back
don't
in the
think
day,
Norway
that
has
would have been
something
the
that
monster
ridiculous.
raving loony party.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think the probably one of the more ridiculous ones that we have in Norway is that a couple of years ago, the leader for the Red Party, which is basically like the true socialist communist party, like
Yeah.
far left, right? He was caught stealing some cheap sunglasses at some random store, like a couple of years back. Like full on camera, video, whatever, just out in public, stealing sunglasses. I don't even think very expensive, right?
That's insane, isn't it? He was just redistributing the wealth like all good
Yeah, man.
communists.
Yeah, and now quite recently, because here in Norway we have like the main political parties, and then they have like the what's it called, teenager like versions.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. Where you have, they don't really do anything, but it just has like the teenage representatives
yeah,
for these parties, right? And like the representatives for Red, she, when Kirk got assassinated,
yeah.
a while back, she put out a video the next day, just making fun of his death and stuff, right?
No,
Which, like I
that's
might have
twisted.
disagreed with Kirk quite a bit, but like I don't see any point in making fun of his death.
No,
And let's just say she stepped down because even her own party thought that was just
yeah.
ridiculous.
I mean, the one thing I loved about Charlie Kirk was if you took the mick out of him, he would be the first one to defend your right to take the mick out of him. He was a massive free speech advocate.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give, like, when people start talking about restricting freedom of speech, it just gets very murky very quickly.
Oh,
Because
it's
pretty much any
horrendous in this
definition of
country. It's
yeah.
absolutely horrendous in this country at the moment. It really is shocking. It's we are on a very dark path in the UK at the moment, and it's more than scary. And it got to a point where, love him or hate him, Trump said that folks in the UK who were prosecuted for posts on social media would be offered political asylum in the States.
Mm. It's
We had a woman locked up over here. We had an incident. There's a lot going on at the moment about the small boat crossings across the channel.
yeah.
And there's a town called Epping, and one of the asylum seekers there went out and got convicted of 2 sexual crimes. He'd been in, I think it was about 8 weeks, he'd been in the country and sexually assaulted an older lady and a 14-year-old girl. Got taken to court and got given a 1 year sentence. A woman posted on, excuse me, a woman posted on the internet, you can burn the hotels down for all I care, and got locked up for 3 years for it. It's absolutely crazy. There's some really, really, yeah, it's getting out of control here. It really is. Anyway, that was a weird tangent to go off. That was, wasn't it?
Where were we on about? Like, I forgot where we started now.
Yeah, I'm renowned for this. Just got one
Yeah,
meandering off into the
I think,
distance.
I think we should get back here.
Yeah,
We talked about gun control, probably gun violence, whatever.
yeah.
So
Right.
stuff.
Your arrows. What wood are the shafts made out of?
Uh, what are they in English? Puru. I think that's called pine in English.
Pine. Yeah,
Yeah,
Scotch pine.
yeah,
I mean,
and
I know I've heard it's getting harder to find good Port Orford cedar because the growing conditions aren't particularly good for it at the moment. Uh, I've heard a couple say Doug spruce and fir, and there's a guy over here uses hemlock for wood shafts. See, woodies have always fascinated me, but to me, wooden arrows are an art form. Carbon's a pure science.
Yeah,
There's so much more consistent, but because wood is organic, it's an art form. You need to be able to read the wood.
yeah. Like I don't really care that much about like I don't care about the exact weight that much or
Yeah.
spine or straightness really. I don't think it matters that much. Right?
What?
Like as long as it's somewhat close, like straightness, for example, of my arrows is not extremely good.
Yeah.
Like the arrows that I shot my best personal bow are not straight.
Well,
Like they're not
Ian Edwards,
probably the variants of the 3D arrows that I shot my own personal best with were probably at least 7 grains, maybe, which is really good, by the way.
yeah.
Like that's really good for good arrows, right? And I don't really think it matters that much.
I was at my
But
friend Rob's on Thursday, and I'd got my 500 spine arrows with me, which come in around 480 grains, and I've got a 400 spine with 300 grain up front that runs 535. So that's what, 55 grains difference. And I decided to see, using the same aim point, what the difference in impact points would be. And folks going about, oh, they've got to be within 5 grains. I was expecting huge differences in impact points. Out to 30 yards, I think we got a maximum of about inch and a half, 2 inch difference in impact point. I mean, obviously they drop off a lot. So at
uh,
50 yards, I was having to aim about 4 foot above where I was hitting. But at 50 yards, the different using the same aim point, the difference in it. What would you expect the difference in impact point to be on 55 grain difference arrow at 50 yards using the same aim point?
how heavy were they? Like relative to the bow, it was like 480, like weight.
480. I'm shooting a
Yeah,
45-pound bow.
uh,
480 and 535
at 55 yards, I
at
would,
50 yards.
50, yeah, I
Yeah,
would
using the
probably,
same aim point.
I'd probably expect maybe 7 inches. I would say is maybe I don't know.
I,
Like I
I
haven't
was
really tested this.
I was expecting a foot and a half difference in impact point at 50 yards using the same aim point, 3.5 inches.
Damn, that's insane.
It
But
is
like
that
50 grain difference.
that
That's like
bent my head. I was expecting like, yeah, you can't see. I was expecting like that difference in impact point, and it was about just under the width of my hand,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that absolutely bent my brain.
I have a funny story about this. On my bear bow, I had, some different arrows, right? And
Yeah,
it just so happened that out of like the 4 arrows that I shot, most regularly,
yeah,
two of them had different pin knock inserts
yeah,
than the other two. So the difference in weight was 10 grains, right?
yeah.
I had not noticed this at all. So still shot them completely fine. I could not notice it at 18 meters at all,
Yeah,
right? Like so but basically what I mean about that is that with wood, like it's a natural material, wood's
yeah,
weird. Like I feel like you can get way too obsessed with trying to get them perfectly straight or trying to get them, perfectly within, one plus minus 1 grain or,
yeah,
ridiculously good spine or whatever. And eh. Like I think as long as the thickness is, really good,
yeah.
like because that affects like your center shot,
I was
right?
going to say, yeah, the closer to centre shot, the stiffer the spine you need, don't you? The farther from centre shot, the weaker the spine to get that
Actually, that's
flex
an
and bend.
interesting discussion, because clay CD, because I'm shooting 50-pound bow, right,
Yeah,
which is quite heavy for like
man weight.
for because it's very difficult to get legal diameters for like ribs, right? So with these 5/16s, they are, when cut to this length, they are 65 spine, which is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Like just for reference,
I was
with
going
like
to
a
say that I'd wondered that because normally they say over £40 you need to step from a 5/16 to an 11/32, but yeah, being down at 27 inches, that it's going to stiffen them up quite a lot, isn't it?
yeah, but that's still like but and 65 spine is quite heavy, but
Yeah,
it is still not very heavy, like relative to the draw weight of the bow.
yeah,
Like I think Cleese is shooting with his like 3D bow, right? I
yeah.
think he was shooting like 65 spine, and his bow is like 42 pounds or something.
I remember him
It's a
saying
very fast bow.
he goes 15, £20 spine above what his bow is.
Yeah, and his bow isn't a full center shot.
Yeah,
So, his thought process was that I would at least need 70 plus spine, like 70, 75
yeah.
spine, which is ridiculously heavy, right? But clearly not. Like these flying perfectly, like I'm getting, dead bullet holes through paper
Yeah,
with these. I haven't shot them in a while though, since I've been, concentrating on indoor.
yeah.
But dead through paper, bullet holes from 2 to 10 meters.
Wow.
Yeah, like
So I mean, they are straightening up
yeah,
really, really quickly out of that bow, aren't they?
yeah. Like it's a little bit at 2 meters, just because wood doesn't straighten,
Yeah,
like doesn't come out of the bend that quick.
yeah.
But after that, it's really, really good. Right, and that's just me flinging some arrows. So
That is fascinating how fast a woody really can straighten.
yeah, like with my bow, it's actually cut. It's a full center shot, right? So the
As,
arrow,
as in center the arrow is down the center of the string rather than to center.
it's actually a bit past.
Yeah, yeah,
So that means that I am not just like a center shot, but I am actually like a bit past it.
yeah,
So my arrow with a right-handed bow, it's pointing a little bit to the right.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
theorize that
That
this,
makes sense.
yeah. So I theorize that this gives me a little bit more forgiveness,
Yeah.
potentially, maybe a bit more clearance or something. I haven't really done any tests on it though, but perhaps.
So I was doing those tests in Rob's Field, shooting out to 50, and the one thing I did notice, although the 500s have 250 grain up front and the 400s have three, because the shaft's heavier on the 400, the FOC is very close. When I took the 150 point grain point out of one of the 500 spines and chucked in a 125 grain point, it had a bigger effect on the FOC, and the gap with the lower FOC was more noticeable than with a 50 odd grain heavier arrow. And that I'm going to have to do some proper experimenting on this. Shoot a load of arrows and then note all the results to see if I can see a pattern building. We were proper geeking out on this on Thursday, and I love doing that shit.
When I on my drive down to the nationals, I met up with Frank, since he was doing like an event
Yeah,
here in Norway. It's called Camp Villmark.
Yeah,
It's a massive outdoor show, right? It's literally massive, right?
yeah.
And I got to meet him there on the drive down, and he nerded out to me about his arrow rests and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like he was talking about, oh, it bends in this angle and this gives that and that, and I kind of zoned out after a while.
I was amazed just how geeky we could get on arrows
Yeah,
at
like
Rob's on Thursday. It was such an enjoyable afternoon.
yeah, like
Of course, like I say, it blew away what I thought would happen.
yeah,
And shooting, the one thing I did use was it's only a spirit level on the phone again that I used to have a look at the angle of the grip on your
I,
bow, measuring the angle of impact on the different arrow weights. And at 50 yards, the 500 spine, the 480 grain arrow went in at a 3-degree downward angle, and the 535 grain arrow went in at a 4-degree downward angle. I was expecting the heavier arrow to come in much steeper, and it didn't.
you'll be surprised, you know.
And it was just such good fun. Just I haven't done this for ages, where I've just tried different things like that, because at the club we haven't got our longest shot is 40 odd yards, so haven't got the room to do it there. But
Uh,
had it Rob's, and it was just incredibly good fun just to nerd out on stuff. Really enjoyed it.
at my local club, like the distance is 18 meters in like the
Yeah,
indoor range, right? And you could maybe get 21 meters if you like really stretch it out.
back to the
But
wall.
I have like a little trick since they have like some doors into the shooting area that
Yeah,
are in line with like the range, right? So I open up those doors, like it's like a double door,
yeah.
open up those, and then I walk into the hallway, and then I can get up to a 45-meter shot.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, yeah. But I got to be careful when I do that, though, since it's not exactly safe.
And so I suppose that's something you have to wait till you're on your own there, isn't it, to do?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
We
I'm
we
not.
call we call them gentleman shots.
Yeah, yeah. That's probably. And yeah, and like the entrance to like the like because they have like some stairs up, and that is goes out into this hallway.
Yeah,
So yeah. So the fear then is I'm just slinging arrows there, and
yeah,
they have a door there, like into like that into the hallway.
yeah.
Like the building manager, just walks through there and sees me, just stand there. Oh yeah, yeah. That is pure fears right there.
His reaction will be the same as Greg. Did you see that video Greg Poole posted from Vegas today?
Uh,
There
Great.
was one he posted where somebody had gone
Oh yeah, that one.
15 foot across the bale and somebody else went 25 foot plus above the bale.
Yeah, man. Like it just
Mate,
makes me. Yeah,
I shouldn't laugh, but Jesus Christ, how high were they drawing
yeah, and like
to
and
get
also another thing.
25 foot above a bale?
It's ridiculous. And they have a 14-foot barrier or something, right?
Yeah,
Like it's and
they
like the
looked
height
like
was
the same arch as arrows as well. They looked very similar, those arrows did.
yeah, yeah, it looked but like why are you drawing so high? Because it isn't even very efficient,
No,
right?
I'm
They're like
presuming they're overbowed as they're drawing that high.
yeah, because and it is yeah, and like unless you and there are two options, either you're extremely overbowed, right?
Yeah,
Or you're shooting a bow which is too heavy for indoor.
yeah.
Like yeah, you don't need to be shooting a 160-pound war bow for
No,
shooting ranges. You don't got to be Joe Gibbs out here.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
he's a machine, Joe Gibbs, isn't he?
he's a fun beast.
He's an
Like,
absolutely him and Robin Atherley. I don't know if you've come across him. I can't think.
I don't
Robin
I've come across Joe Gibbs, but no, I'm
Robin
not sure.
does a lot with Joe. Robin of the Hood is his Instagram handle. He's another guy that does a lot with heavy warbows. I
I
think
might have seen him, but
Joe's daily shoot is about £165, isn't it?
yeah,
Absolutely insane.
yeah, and you can see that it's like heavy, but like it's still really impressive. Like I could not shoot that at all.
No,
I
the,
could maybe draw it like okay, but I could not draw it all the way up. I guarantee it.
the heaviest I've shot is a £90 longbow. I could get my draw length's about 28 and three quarters, 29. With the wall bows, you want to get to 30 inches, so you're anchoring back here behind the ear. I managed to get an 80 pounder to full 30 inches for three shots. The 90 pounder, I managed to get it to about 29 for one shot. But I'm still trying to tee draw. And the thing with those wall bows, it's hang on, I'm knocking my microphone out. It's a rolling shoulder draw, isn't it? Up and over the top. I haven't mastered that. We've got a lad at the club, Harry. When he was 15, he was drawing £108, but he's got that perfect rolling shoulder warbow draw. I'm the trad sniper. When I posted a video of him, trad sniper nicknamed him the trad tank.
Yeah, like it's a different technique for drawing
Yeah,
heavy bows, right?
totally different. And I can't master that rolling shoulder. I still tend to T draw,
Yeah,
which
because
is really not good.
I could probably draw like a reasonably heavy. Like if we base that, I can shoot a 50-pound bow all day, no
Yeah,
problem, right? Like I think I saw like one of the Olympic recurve like big YouTubers. He posted like a couple years back now a video where he was talking about like probably like the top 50 Olympic men recurve archers,
yeah,
and they did a test where they had their normal bow weight, right, of let's say 50 pounds or something
yeah.
was the average, and then he asked them to just draw against like just a rope, right, as hard as they could, and most of them averaged about twice their normal bow weight.
Wow.
So then he basically you were reasonably good form, right? So then he basically stated that a good general idea of what makes you reasonably bold is that you should be able to pull with somewhat good form about twice your shooting weight, right? So given that, who knows? Maybe I could draw like a 90-pound bow. Maybe. Who
Who was
knows?
it I saw gave an idea as to whether you're overbowed or not? You have to draw, hold at anchor for 7 seconds, let down for 7 seconds, draw, hold at anchor for 7 seconds, and you have to do that 6 times.
Isn't it 2 seconds down? Right.
Or
I
was it
think
2 seconds down?
yeah, it's
I mean, really,
fucking
with an English longbow, you're not supposed to hold a full draw for more than 5 seconds, are you? So that'd preclude English longbows.
yeah,
But
it's
anything else, yeah.
yeah, it's a test from Kissick Lee, I'm pretty sure.
Ah,
So,
could
like
have
one
been.
of those Koreans, right?
Yeah,
And I have done that test myself. And with my longbow, I
yeah.
can do it for seven
Wow,
personally.
that's impressive.
Yeah, like
Sorry, I've
yeah,
just got to get a photo to stick up on Instagram. And on the bloody nope. I've got to get the angle right so I'm not looking, seeing my own reflection. That'll do.
yeah,
Have
yeah.
to get it posted on the gram.
Yeah, but yeah. on a good day though, like I have had days when I can only do it 6 times with like
Yeah,
reasonably good form and not like shaking on the last one,
yeah,
right? Whereas if you know, shaking and stuff, or you like, or you like you're counting to seven at five, you're like five, six,
6. Yeah, you get
seven.
that collapse.
Yeah, at that point you're not really doing it. So yeah, but I basically use the standard that could I reasonably argue that I could have shot this one?
Yeah,
Right? As in, like, if I'm shaking so much that it isn't an acceptable shot
you're
anymore, then
not going to get that good
yeah,
execution.
then I'm not getting that rep,
Yeah,
right? But yeah, but my minimal for me is at least 6 reps is my minimal for 3D,
yeah,
right? So that was the standard that I used when I wanted a 50-pound bow. So when I first got it, I could do 6 reps with it.
yeah. That's good going.
Yeah, but and that's for target archery and stuff. And like target archery is like the draw. How I draw is not very efficient.
Yeah,
Like because I think there's a balance for target archery with that you want to make the draw efficient, but you also want to make it accurate and
yeah,
consistent. So, for example, I don't draw with a very angular draw. Like I have a little bit, but not a lot.
yeah.
Because if I draw with a very angular draw, like the grip will tend to rotate out
Ah,
my hand.
yeah,
And I find that it's very difficult for me to get the position back
yeah.
at full draw, right? And I
So do
kind of
you
mess.
do more of a straight back T draw?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a angular draw. If
Yeah,
you've seen what's his name, Kim Woo-jin, and how he draws the bow.
yeah.
Yeah, like I think I'm somewhat similar to him and like the amount of angular draw that I have.
See,
So
when I was shooting compound, I'd find I'd run a slightly higher elbow and drop in, and that helped engage the back muscles more. When I started shooting single string, I couldn't seem to get that. It's not a rolling shoulder, it's just starting with the elbow a little bit higher and dropping in. I
oh
can't do
yeah,
that with a single stringer. I use a little more of an angular draw where I'll start out towards the side, and I find that just helps me engage the back muscles faster. So rather than using the shoulder and the arms, starting a little bit out to the side just allows me to engage those back muscles and get them use the back more than the arms for drawing.
yeah. I think it's like a very good balance to have. And it's
Yeah,
also another thing that's important is because when I draw back, I'm using, a lot of I need to transfer, right?
yeah,
And some ways of drawing make it easier for me to transfer consistently,
yeah,
right? So one thing that took me a while to figure out is that if I am drawing differently, that changes how I transfer into hold, and that
yeah,
will change everything, right? So it's very important to draw consistently.
yeah,
But when I draw, I I've experimented with lifting like the entire bow up quite high and
yeah,
kind of pull it down. But I think it's a very good, like a fine edge to go with how high you draw from and
yeah.
down and how out you draw from and out.
See,
Because what tends to happen if you have a really high starting position is that this shoulder here pops up,
yeah.
right? And the same if you have a really outwards and angular draw, is it pops forwards.
See, where I
So
do to keep my bow shoulder down is my friend Simon gave me a tip. When I set down low. I've got the bow down low and I just push about a quarter inch into the grip. And that seems to set the shoulder down rather than letting it come up like that. But it was the same with compound because I was starting with a higher elbow and transferring that way. So I couldn't be accused of high drawing. I'd always teapot down bend at the waist down. So I'm pointing at the bottom half of the bale. So if I have a malfunction and the bow goes off, I'm going to shoot into the ground rather than what we've seen on that video from
Yeah,
Vegas
yeah,
today.
yeah. When I
And
draw,
with a high elbow, it's not say stops people accusing me of high drawing if I'm teapotted. So I'm pointing at the floor.
yeah, I do the same. I lift my bow, up.
Yeah,
I'm constantly experimenting a little bit and really refining it, right?
yeah.
So one of the things that I've messed around with recently is I can't really show you, but like twisting my hips. If you watch Clay's when he shoots, he twists his hips at the start of his draw.
The coil.
Yeah, like the coil.
Yeah,
Definitely interesting though, because like traditionally under like the correct form of shooting, you're
yeah,
supposed to keep the hips still with the direction that you have set your
yeah,
feet in, right, and just rotate the core.
yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, actually, if you don't do that, I found with a semi-open stance, it can knock a couple of inches off your draw length. Whereas if you then coil, it's helping you get that consistent draw length, even with a semi-open stance. You're coming up, and instead of trying to come back farther there, as a way to explain it, with semi-open stance, I can't fit. Nope, can't fit into the camera. I haven't got an extra wide-angle lens. Do you get what I'm saying? With a
yeah,
semi-open stance, you draw slightly shorter until you coil like that. Front hand stays where it is, and it adds that little bit of extra length onto your draw. I was just messing. I I was watching how Maddie drew at Liberty at their turkey shoot last year, and it's the first time I'd actually looked for somebody coiling, and it's really up. She's super consistent in her shot.
yeah, yeah. I've seen
Ridiculously
her shoot.
consistent. Sorry.
I've seen her shoot a bit. I saw on one of the push archery videos a while
Yeah.
back. Yeah, she's definitely a good shooter. Very
Oh, she's
interesting.
a hella good shooter,
Like,
and super. Her release is so clean.
yeah,
It's like I say, I was watching a shoot. Of course, I shot with her and John Hillston, the Liberty shoot before Christmas, a turkey shoot, and it was the first time I'd really paid attention to the biomechanics of her draw. And like I say, it's so damn consistent, and her release is it's textbook, just so clean. And that's all we're after in this game, isn't it? Consistency,
yeah,
doing it,
yeah,
doing the same thing over and over again, exactly the same.
yeah. If I was going to say the physical part and the form wise of shooting, the most important is consistency.
Yeah,
And I would say if there's one thing aside from consistency that you see with all top level shooters is balance from like the bow side and the
yeah,
drawing side. At least with single string shooters. With
yeah,
compound, it's a little different because you have the back wall and the let off and stuff.
yeah,
Because if you look at those, they tend to, after the shot, they, punching it, but they kind of fall backwards, a lot
yeah,
of them. At least when I look at Matthias Fullerton and stuff, right? And I don't shoot compound, so I'm not really sure why they do that, but I don't know. Seems to be working.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
so I don't think I can question it.
Bodie Turner looks to have a really explosive release, doesn't he?
Yeah, like he really has that,
Yeah,
like really out.
but I
And
think that's because he shoots a controlled shot, but still a surprise break.
Yeah. That's why he has that.
It's a
Uh,
controlled surprise. It's just, I think he's pulling that hard into the back wall. When that breaks, there's no
yeah, there's no
there's no
hesitation.
recoil bracing. It's just he's pulling so hard and that it breaks, and that's just the natural reaction of suddenly £60 going off you.
Yeah, yeah, that's what happens. So, like, I remember I heard Joel talking about minimizing impact on, the shot, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, right. As in, not like as in, with the compound he was talking about with uh, like with a thumb button that you don't want to be trying to roll the release to get the thumb button to
yeah.
go off, right? Or trying to more precisely to like pull to get it to go off because then you get inconsistencies in the amount of pressure and stuff.
It's that single digit
Yeah,
manipulation,
like
isn't it? But it's going so slowly that at any point you can stop, but the break is still a surprise.
yeah, and that's what's really difficult to do, right? And that's what also makes like CS systems difficult.
Yeah,
With, let me finish the one with the compound. But since he's trying to minimize that impact,
yeah,
right? I thought that given that he had this really explosive release, I was like, doesn't that mean that he's pulling really hard through the shot, right? That was my thought process. This was a while back,
yeah,
right? But then I got to thinking about it, and like if he's truly having a surprise break and he's holding back this that many pounds of draw weight, right? I'm guessing like 16, 18 pounds of holding weight or something, right?
but
And
he'll be
he's pulling
putting
quite hard into the back wall,
a
right?
lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a lot
right.
of weight. He'll be pulling more pressure than that. I discovered that when I perfected that in and get the really good alignment. It felt like I was going to snap my compound in half.
Yeah. So
It was really
given
unsettling
that
at first.
when that surprise break goes, he's going to have that. It goes
Yeah,
like really powerfully, right?
yeah,
So then I realized that, right, that he's still rolling with minimal like impact, right?
yeah,
So if you like roughly look at this, if you look at somebody shooting with a relatively light draw weight, they would tend to have a slightly softer release than
yeah.
somebody shooting with more draw weight.
It's harder to get that really clean release, isn't it, on a lower poundage bow?
Yeah. To a degree, like I will say that. Like for me personally, under 35 pounds, I find that I have issues with the release,
Yeah,
just messing me up a bit. But but I also think that it's kind of like if you're going for a heavier draw weight, you will need to have more strain in your fingers, as in there's more tension
yeah,
and it's harder to relax your fingers. So there's kind of this magic number where it is the correct amount. So it's not
yeah,
so light that you have issues with the release, with the with not having a very forgiving release from the fingers. But then you also don't want to go so high that you start having excess
yeah,
tension.
yeah. You're holding too much tension, and that relaxation. That was the hardest thing to wrap my head around with single string. You don't actively release a string. You just stop holding it.
Yeah, it's quite confusing, right?
Yeah,
That's one of the things that really was a struggle with triggerless shooting for me is like I just had problems with release with like opening my fingers and closing them
yeah,
and stuff, or like opening, relaxing my fingers and then tensioning them back up.
yeah,
And that's one of the reasons why a heavier bow in terms of draw weight might work a bit better for triggerless shooting,
yeah,
right? But yeah, it depends a bit. Uh, yeah, but what should we discuss actually?
yeah.
Interesting.
Like I say, this is one of the reasons I want to get Tom Clum's course. I mean, if money were no object, I'd book a week are coaching at RMS gear.
Uh,
You know,
yeah,
that
yeah. Stuff is definitely interesting from what I see on YouTube, and it
he's
definitely,
the he's the only coach that I've seen coach actively coach for longevity.
yeah, I think that's definitely like out of the things that I think are like when it comes to form are correct. Like there's no like none of this, but just correct is like preventing injury, right?
Yeah,
And that's with that like shoulder pulling that a lot of people have an issue with, where they
yeah,
will just have this, they will pull with the shoulder and they will just have like this straight back and just sudden stop, and that will injure you in here.
yeah.
You'll get that sudden stop,
I
and that's
watched
cool.
one of his videos from Kalamazoo. It runs for about an hour, and he said when you're doing it with this, you've got a gap between the scapula and the spine, and when you release, it slams the scap towards the spine and causes impingement down there. So he coaches to you have your scap against your spine already when you've transferred. So when you release, your scapula's not doing that into your spine. You're already braced at the back end, so you're not causing muscle impingement. And he's the only person I've seen talk about that. And like I say, particularly coaching for longevity. So you haven't got a 20-year archery career before you're injured. You can shoot until you can no longer pull a bow. You know, he wants you to be able to shoot in, and he's in his 70s and still shooting.
Yeah,
Tells you
and
what you need to know. What he does works.
yeah, yeah, and yeah, like that longevity, because like, can you shoot accurately while shoulder pulling and doing all this stuff? Absolutely, but like you're not gonna have the longevity.
No,
And I,
no,
yeah, and once you learn it, you will certainly shoot very well.
yeah,
Doing it in this way,
yeah.
right?
I mean, Maddie had a week with him last year. Went and stayed with him after ETA, where they went hiking and he was coaching her. And like I say, having watched the post, I'd seen her shoot before she went to stay with Tom, and she was really good. After seeing her when she'd had a week with Tom, she was really, really, really good. And
Yeah,
I think a lot of people want to invest in, they'll spend thousands on new gear, but they won't invest in themselves. And we all know how many people can outshoot a bow, how many archers can outshoot a bow. Not many,
no,
not many. So, like I say, I think I've got a day booked up in May. The Archery GB 3D squad are fundraising to get them out to the various competitions. Of course, three D's like very much the poor child of archery compared to Target, isn't it? When it comes to receiving funding from national bodies.
yeah. Here in Norway, it's not a lot. Like I
Yeah,
have thought about going to Yankton for the 3D, right? But the
yeah.
simple thing, it's way too expensive,
Yeah. It's ridiculously
especially
expensive over there.
especially with the World Archery hotels and that sort of thing. You have
That's
heard of it?
that their staff choose the hotels, and they invariably choose the most expensive
Yes,
because they're funded.
yeah, it's
They're funded.
right. And that's a whole discussion. But I think I was just talking with Clays a while back,
Yeah.
and he estimated, and I would trust him, and he estimated that in Norwegian kroner, what would that be? That would be about 40,000 Norwegian kroner, which is about 4,000 euro.
Wow.
Yeah,
So it's
like
about £3,750. That's a lot of money
maybe a
to
bit
enter a
less than
competition.
about maybe a bit less than €4,000. But if you consider, holiday, grabbing yourself nice stuff to eat,
Yeah,
and buying some random stuff you don't need, classic, then it
yeah.
adds up a bit. It's like they just get ridiculous expensive. Like that is almost three very nice bows from Dragebur right there.
Oh, that sounds so dragon. Am I getting this right? Dragon bird.
Yeah, like you probably should learn to pronounce it for me though.
Yeah,
Yeah, because yeah, but uh,
that just sounds so cool.
yeah, like you probably to be very clear, you'd say it like Dragebue. But
Dragon
the thing is,
bird.
I have like how I pronounce the R
Yeah,
is how I pronounce it in my dialect. But you have two types of R's. You have like uh, a French R, like the one in the back of your throat.
yeah,
Then you have like the Z, Z, right, which is the rolling R and is more common in Norway.
yeah.
So and that makes some differences with pronunciation as well. So
I shot with a South African guy 2, 3 years ago, and you know how the South Africans have a hard rolling R. Having been talking to him all day, by the end of the day, it was actually it's much harder now without the teeth, but it was like a
yeah,
almost
yeah,
like a roar. So how do I say it? Dagobah.
yeah, that's pretty good enough.
It
Like
just
it
sounds
is.
like such a cool name, doesn't it? Like I say, you're gonna have to send me a link to his
Oh yeah,
website and socials when we finish recording, and I'll post them in the show notes.
yeah, yeah. And he also has Facebook and what's it called?
Instagram.
Instagram. Yeah,
I must admit, I'm much more a fan of Instagram than I am of Facebook.
yeah. Like Instagram is nice for just posting random stuff. You
Yeah.
know, like before I forget, I'll just send it to you on Instagram now.
Oh, thank you. I've just twatted my mic stand there.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
God, we have been going over 3 hours.
And I see Matti Jakkers online.
Oh,
Like, yeah, good old my good old Jakka. I always find it funny because like I'm watching like some reels or whatever, and then I
yeah,
just see one that he has liked, and it's just some like the most insane stuff I can imagine.
yeah.
Is-
Oh, here you go. I've just opened Instagram and there's a reel from Maddie. You have a look at this. I'll press watch again. Look at this. So clean. So very clean.
Yeah, very explosive.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I always had this very most soft shot reaction,
yeah,
right? Like yeah, and that's one of the things that I wanted to mess with a bit with my phone. So
yeah. Like I say, there's so much. I'm still very much on what my recurve landed in February. Like by the time I had my riser land, then I went and picked my limbs up, and then I had to have a string made. So it was February last year when I started shooting seriously. I stopped shooting a compound in December 24, so I had like 2.5, 3 months of just shooting different folks' bows at the club, just trying out things. And being this new in, I'm still experimenting a lot. And the deeper I get, the more complicated it gets. Like I say, when I went from compound, it was yay, single string, it's simple. Anything but simple. Anything but simple. The compound is just a pure machine.
yeah,
And
just
like I
wait
say,
till you get
have
to thinking about finger pressure.
yeah.
That's
Well,
when the pain
that's
starts.
that's going to be next when I've got the alignment and the release right. It'll then be right. How am I putting pressure on my fingers at the moment? I'm just putting equal pressure across the three fingers because that's one less thing to worry about until I perfect everything. Well, I say perfect until I fine tune everything else, and then it'll be see what difference does finger pressure make. But is then going to impact everything else I do before the release?
Yeah.
It's such a deep rabbit hole.
One thing that I've heard, I don't remember who, but somebody talk about is that instead of imagining like individual pressures and thinking, oh, well, with my two finger hook, that is a bit different,
Yeah,
but with three fingers, instead of thinking, 50, 40, 10, right? Try to just think about an entire block,
yeah.
right? And that's what I think about.
That's where I'm at the moment.
Yeah,
Just
like.
equal across everything.
Yeah, like you can adjust the finger pressure a little bit by just adjusting how this block looks at
Yeah,
a brace side. And one thing that I recommend doing is just giving the bow a couple of tugs at
yeah,
a brace side, because then you can feel how it is
yeah.
and if you have got it consistent. So I do that every time when I shoot.
See, I'm learning so much here. I love learning new stuff. I do,
Have you even
especially.
discussed my shot process yet?
We've got to get on that. Yeah,
Yeah, so
right. Talk me through your shop process then.
yeah. So, and I don't think I don't like say this out loud, but
Yeah,
just for explaining it, right?
yeah,
But first thing that I do is that I get my stance,
yeah,
right? And that's, in my opinion, ridiculously undervalued,
yeah,
but so important, right? And for indoor, right? For 3D, I do it a little bit differently, but for indoor, I have my width between my feet is a bit more than shoulder width.
yeah,
Like I have a relatively wide stance for indoor shooting, and I have it very closed. So it is just barely open, and that's to account for how my hips sit.
yeah,
Because my hips naturally sit a little bit closed. I don't know why, but it just is. And then my
yeah,
shoulders are in line with my hips, right? And then I will open up a little bit, twisting my hips out, and then
yeah,
I will rest my bow on my foot, right? Or like on my leg, and then I will, slap on an arrow, right? And I always look at the knock, check that it's all right with the arrows,
yeah.
knock it, and yeah, and I will set that, and after this, I will set uh, my
Your hook.
combat hook, right?
Yeah,
And and this is in the World Archery rules. You don't need to bump the knock with your fingers. You can have up to a 2 millimeter gap.
wow.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I use, right? And it's not really to have less of less gapping
Yeah,
necessity. It's more just so that I don't have issues with my fingers hitting the arrow knock.
yeah.
That just gives me a lot of inconsistencies. So I
See,
just bump a bottom knock point.
for me, I'm not hard against the knock. I just like because I'm still so new to this. I'm still chasing consistency, so I just top of my tab just gently against the bottom knock.
Yeah, that's completely fine.
But
Like you just don't want the fingers to touch
yeah,
it. Like
when
the tab is
you
completely fine.
set your stance, are you 50-50 through your feet or more weight through the front, more weight through the back foot?
I experiment quite a bit, and I think I like to have because I lean back during my shot a
Yeah.
bit, right? So I think I like to have a bit more on my front foot
Yeah.
and a bit less on my back foot, right? And then as I lean back, it kind of balances out a bit.
Yeah. That makes
But at
sense.
full draw, I probably have 55 on my front foot to 45 on my back foot
Yeah.
if I was gonna be, thinking about it. Right, and after I get my hook, right, and I hook very lightly on the string,
Where
right,
about on your fingers?
um, about the crease of my
Yeah.
fingers. But when I really like set my hook, it goes a little bit out of that,
Yeah.
right? And with my grip, I grip the bows a little similarly to Oliver Ockenold, as in I like turn my hand like
Yeah.
this. I don't think it's very visible on the videos that I sent you, just because of how thick the rise on my
Yeah.
bow is. You can't
It's an
really see
understatement.
what I'm doing. But I'm putting a lot of the weight on my thumb
Yeah.
of my bow, right? And I squeeze quite hard from either side, so from my thumb and from my pointer finger into the sides of the bow,
Yeah.
and that allows me to steer the bow towards the target.
Do you find putting the pressure in your thumb makes your grip more repeatable?
It's more to guide the bow.
Yeah.
It's not really repeatability exactly. But I find that if I'm struggling a little bit, it's generally that I'm getting a little bit weak with my thumb.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of that I'm relaxing it, and then I tend to pop, and my bow tends to pop and go to the right a little bit.
Yeah.
So then I tend to
Right
shoot it.
along the thumb rather than the thumb securing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just to like guide the bow. So this is, if you're shooting a relatively lightweight mass weight like bow, putting a bit of tension from either side, and even if you shoot a particularly light bow, having fingers in front of the bow, that really helps you steer the bow.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, because if you right, especially if you're shooting like on and under 2 kilograms, I would really recommend this.
Yeah.
And that is to put a lot of pressure from either side and potentially put some fingers in front of the grip.
I
Right?
tend to drop. Where am I?
Yeah, like
Like two. I don't know why this camera is suddenly zooming in and out. I
yeah,
didn't mean
like
to do
it's
that.
kind of odd.
I'll have those two on the front of the riser, but I've never really thought about kind of. It's not like you say. It's not death gripping. It's just steering it, isn't it? I'm gonna have to try
Yeah,
that. Putting some pressure on both sides.
yeah. So you kind of steer it.
Yeah.
And if you look at like most of the Olympic recurve archers, and you look at like Brady Ellison, I think is
Yeah.
the easiest one to see it with. But his thumb is like up like that, right?
Ah,
Yeah, and you can see that he's putting pressure from at least the thumb side
yeah.
whenever he's shooting, like, and it kind of shoots like this,
Yeah.
and you can see that his thumb is still has some tension in it. So, like, one mistake that a lot of people do is that they completely relax their bow hand, right? And that can work, but the thing is, it's really easy for the bow to kind of flick out in one or another direction. But if
See,
you put some
that's
tension from either side, then it will always just straight forwards.
that's what I'd always done. Minimal pressure from the hand, because the way I thought of it, I want minimal input from me. I want the bow to do the work. But yeah, if like I say, Rob picked up if I didn't reset my grip, the bow was swinging in my hand as the shot broke. I'm going to try that. Just
Yeah,
the pressure.
especially with like the mass weights, just like I would say unless you're shooting like a really light bow, as in like under 1 kilogram,
Yeah.
you likely don't need to like grip it from the front at all.
Yeah.
Because that's just to
Just
prevent it from like shooting too fast out.
yeah. So
But from the
squeeze from
side,
the back, not grip from the front. Sorry, squeeze from the sides, not grip from the front.
yeah, like unless you're shooting a really light mass weight bow,
Yeah.
like just to be correct about it.
Yeah.
And after I get my grip and hook and stuff, I will visually check it, right? And I don't think at all doing this. I just look at it,
Yeah.
right? Like when I first started out, I might have needed to like look at and be like, yep, that's correct. Uh, Grip's correct, hook's correct, right? And after this, I will like uh, tug on it a little bit, just get a feeling for the balance, right?
Yeah.
And that tells me if I'm hooked correctly on the string, because I could be a little bit too high, a little bit too low on the string,
Yeah.
and I can feel that. I can feel the balance in my fingers, right?
Yeah.
And it also allows me to kind of get a sense for where my grip pressure is, right? After this, I will look at the target and and I will think about where I need to place my point on the target. Right? So if I'm shooting 3D, I would have, already like ranged it and given myself an estimation and,
Yeah.
gap and stuff, whatever. And I would just look at the target and I will then look at where I need to like gap to.
Yeah.
So at 18 meters, this would be where my indoor arrows would be about the 6 ring currently,
Yeah.
right? Which is but about the 6 ring, about 6 ring, and I'll just look at that, and that allows me to kind of visualize my point sitting there.
Yeah.
And this is really nice for 3D also, since if you're having to gap to some piece of brush or something,
Yeah.
it allows you to kind of get a feeling for where the point's going to sit.
Yeah.
And after this, I will just get ready, start the draw, and I, will untwist my hips,
Yeah.
and then I will lift the bow up without having pulled the bow too far, and then I will kind of come down as I twist here
Yeah.
and pull in. And as you saw in the videos that I sent you, I'm not really far out.
Yeah.
Right, I'm like relatively close. So I'm relatively linear, and I have a little bit of a high. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go in a little bit below my anchor, and I'm exaggerating it a bit, and then I will come back up here and anchor.
Yeah.
And when it comes to anchor, I place the tip of my uh, pointer finger, it's
Yeah.
called, into my canine tooth,
Ah.
right, to give it a purpose,
Yeah.
right? Because if you're just anchoring with like the back of your hand or something like here, in here, then your fingers can flail about. It's very easy for you to have on one shot your fingers to be more curled, on another shot your fingers to be more open,
Yeah.
right? So by giving it a purpose, by pressing it into there, I make sure that it feels correct, and it also
Yeah.
prevents me from slowly opening my fingers at full draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after I anchor, then I will just kind of get a feel for my the tension in the shot.
Yeah.
So I'll feel that the tension is pressing through my pressure point and through the back point of my elbow,
Yeah.
my elbow here, and just feel that that's in the correct direction. After this, like I get the aim kind of when I hit anchor. I don't. It's not something I think about at all. Like I don't have it as a step at all. I don't like say get it. I just move on,
Yeah.
right? But then I'll just stare at what I want to hit, and my gaps kind of always just set at this point, and then I will start my sear movement, and and I will just press through it, and I'm kind of going back now, but when I set my sear is during the draw. And I've done it so many times now that it just is automatic.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
completely subconscious action.
it's as basic as just getting into anchor for me.
Yeah,
Like I don't think about it. I don't need to. Right. Right. And before I start, but I'll get my sear, but I won't have pressure on it.
yeah,
And then when I start my sear movement, I will kind of like quickly press it up so that it has that pre-tension on it, and then I will press through it. And after around 2 to 4 seconds, it will go.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, like it depends on what I want from it.
I
Right.
mean, your shot timing is fairly consistent on everything then.
Yeah, yeah, like I think I measured my shots and I average between, and I'm shooting between 11 and 14 seconds,
Yeah,
and I probably average about 12 seconds a shot,
yeah,
right? In like non-windy conditions.
yeah,
On the wind, it might take a bit longer just because I need to, wait for it to settle down.
yeah,
And when I press through my sear, this is what I can't explain, right? Why it happens, but just what I see is that I have, my float going around here. And,
yeah,
when I start my sear, it's, pretty big. It's probably around the size of the 8 ring, maybe.
yeah,
Right? It's, nothing major, but it's, somewhat big. Maybe even 7 ring.
yeah.
But then as I'm pressing through my sear, it becomes smaller and smaller and smaller
Oh
until it
wow.
just stops. And then my sear goes and it shoots out.
Yeah,
But this is when I'm shooting good, of course.
yeah,
I obviously have my bad days, right? Or like my days where it's harder for me to do what I want to do,
yeah,
right? As George says, there's no bad days or good days. It's just one controlled shot after another.
yeah.
I want to make sure to not upset him.
I'll
Uh,
tell you what, his course is absolutely phenomenal. It really
yeah,
is.
yeah, and I'm really
Uh,
impressed with him. Like he answered, like I sent like some questions in the comments on there, and he
yeah,
answered within like a day.
yeah.
Like considering the time zones as well, and that I'm
Oh yeah.
sure that yeah,
I
he
mean,
gets
when I was out there with him, he had one lad message him, and he posted a question that he said, "I can't answer this by message. I'm going to ring him and have a conversation with him." Yeah, can you imagine? You're just sat there, the phone rings, you answer. Hiya, this is Joel Turner.
yeah,
I said that kid is going to absolutely cack himself when you phone him up.
yeah,
But that's the kind of commitment Joel has to his students, isn't it?
yeah, it's insane.
If he thinks he can't answer it by a message, he'll pick up the phone and ring you
Yeah,
and have the conversation with you.
and like answering that quickly,
Yeah,
like in a day. Actually, I think it only took like 10 hours or something.
yeah,
But considering like the time zones and stuff is completely acceptable.
yeah.
Right?
I mean, having spent time with him, he doesn't have downtime either.
Yeah,
He
like
might have an hour in the evening watching a TV show, but apart from that, he's always doing something.
yeah, like
The man's a work machine. He really is.
yeah. But yeah. So when
See,
I press through my sear and it like pops, then my fingers just relax, release, and then I have the follow through.
yeah,
And I really pay attention to making sure that my follow through and I finish it strong, right? And it pops out, finish it strong, and the arrow hits the
that,
target. Who cares
that's
what it
how I
does?
know if I've shot a good shot or I've micro collapsed and dead released. If I had a micro collapse and dead release, there is no follow through, my hand just hanging.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah,
if I shoot a good active shot, that follow through is there. I know if I've plucked the string, because if my alignment's not been right and I've been like that, my hand ends up out here on follow through. But if I've contoured the face, it's here on my shoulder. And that's I've found that's my easiest way to analyse how well the shot's broken.
yeah, that
The
is
natural
good.
finish point to my follow through, whether I'm
Yeah,
hanging out here or here.
yeah. For me, I pay attention to like a lot of aspects, but
Yeah,
like it's like the speed of the follow through, as in
yeah,
not just this end, but also the bow end, right?
yeah,
And where both end up, and then like the balance. So if I'm launching forwards or backwards, that tells me if I'm pushing too much or
yeah.
pulling too much.
I was going to
Right?
ask, do you push through the bow on your execution, or is your front hand static pressure into the bow?
I kind of do like it's not like I'm not pushing, but it's I think
There's
we're
tension
all
into it.
limited by words, right? But like it's because I bend my wrist a little bit.
Yeah,
It's kind of difficult to show, but I not my wrist. I mean like elbow.
yeah.
Right? I bend it a little bit on my bow arm because I find that it helps my floats a lot.
Ah,
Yeah, like it's a little trick that I learned from watching compound
yeah,
shooters, right? Because if you look at a lot of them, they bend their bow arm elbows,
yeah,
and look at like Mike Schlosser, he opens his chest up,
yeah,
when he shoots. And a bit of that is to be able to hold the amount of mass weight that they have with such light holding weights, right? A bit of it's a lot of that, but it's also that helps their floats a lot,
yeah,
right? Because then they're able to engage all of their arm muscles into the shot instead of just relying on stabilizing the bow with the shoulder
yeah,
muscles. Of course, it is a bit weaker though, so so it limits the amount of draw weight I can shoot.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, yeah. But that's one of the more important aspects that I do.
yeah. See, I'm still so new. I'm trying to separate my process into pre-shot and shot. So the stance, the set, the hook, they're all what I consider pre-shot, and I'm trying to get those to a point where they become automatic.
Oh yeah, like to
And then
answer your
once I'm
question,
up
so
there, once I'm up, that's where my shot starts. Everything else I try and separate down into pre-shot. So there's the stuff I do automatically, and then the things that I do consciously. Because I find trying to do it all is the shot process. I can get overwhelmed and miss things. So like I say, I'm trying to do pre-shot and shot. So far, it seems to be going quite nicely. But it's
yeah,
just what I find works for me to stop myself getting overwhelmed by too many steps. It was uh, Joel's the simplicity of what Joel does. The only jobs we have: draw an anchor, aim, and execute the shot. So if I separate the other stuff into my pre-shot, it's almost like two here I go moments. I'll set my stance, set my hook, set my grip, come up. Right, I'm ready. Here I go. In we go. And then when that safety comes off, it's here I go and work it. It's like I say, it's just me trying to not overcomplicate things for myself and try and it's like I build the foundation The foundation's the automatic bit, and then the house is the conscious stuff. Probably sounds really daft.
Uh, I've experimented with the same thing actually, like with like the two here I go moments.
Yeah,
Right. I used to for a while because I used when I shot triggerless, I used
yeah,
to draw with three fingers and then take one finger off at full draw. And I kind of used that as a mini here I go,
yeah,
and then I would safety off,
yeah,
right? And then shot. Right. But oh yeah, to answer your question, like uh I don't push exactly, but I more just get it out here, as in down and
yeah,
forward and lock it, right?
yeah,
Uh, and if I'm struggling, I am kind of pushing with the shoulder itself. I'm not really pushing with the arm.
yeah,
I just lock it out here, and I kind of can feel if I have it the correct amount of lock, as in if it's too, out like this or
yeah,
too locked out, I can feel it. Like
yeah,
I kind of feel a little bit of a stretch, right? It's kind of odd. I also feel the same thing with my drawing side. When I am pulling correctly, I feel a stretch in my drawing arm elbow.
yeah,
So it's a little interesting, but yeah, yeah. Oh man,
yeah. What, you an hour in front of us? Damn,
yeah.
it's 10 past 11 for you. We have been going nearly 3 and 3/4 hours.
That's actually while really went through the shop process. Yeah, we lost a lot of time to talking about gun control.
To be
But
honest, the feedback I get from listeners is, which I said to you, I like not to know too much about guests because then it sounds very much like a scripted interview.
yeah,
Feedback I get, people like a natural organic conversation, and that's certainly what we've had tonight. It's been
yeah,
a really, really good conversation. I've picked up some absolute gems of tips from you that I am going to try.
yeah. It's how I learn. I
Yeah,
like you'll be
I love.
surprised that that
I
I
mean,
watch like people shooting,
yeah,
just random people, not even good people shooting, just random people. I see them doing something and I test it out.
I like watching the winners and the killers shoot. I love that. I mean, we didn't say how you got on with the Norwegian nationals, did we?
Yeah,
How did you do?
we completely skipped that. Also, Jens Fudge, yeah. That's,
Yeah, I've heard. I'm seeing more and more about Jens appearing. Is it Jens or Jens?
Jens.
Jens. I was right. Yeah.
At least pronounce in correct language. I'm pretty sure that the Danes also pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
um. Oh, that's me sliding on the chair. It's honestly, folks, it's not me farting. I'm sliding on that chair again. I'm seeing more and more Jens stuff appearing online now, and more people saying how impactful Jens has been on their shooting.
yeah. It's different from what Joel does. It's not like either one is correct or wrong. It's just that they're talking about different things,
Yeah,
right? Like to simplify it, Joel talks about you are not going to be able to take the same body to the shooting line, so you might as well take the
at
same
the
mind,
same
right?
mind. Well,
So that's his thing about fighting through the shots no matter what.
yeah,
But Jens, he talks about trying to get comfortable, get relaxed, so that you can take a better body to the shooting line
yeah.
to simplify it.
So, am I getting this right? Jens is about preparation. and we know Joel is about execution.
Um,
Or is that too simplistic?
yeah, it might be a little bit too simplistic, but yeah, kind of. Yeah, but like you don't honestly need to check out the stuff to get a true
Yeah,
idea. But yeah, uh, but just to like simplify it for listeners. But in terms of what he does, it's a lot of trying to get relaxed, right? Because if you're on a shooting line and you just feel that buzzer go off and the guys say first end of scoring,
boring.
you are you know shaking, right?
The
And
arsehole twitching like a rabbit's nose moment.
yeah, so just being able to get relaxed is important, right? Since I've had shot control for, I would say, quite some time,
Yeah,
but being able to use that on the competition has been, somewhat difficult.
yeah,
Since if you are, shaking out your mind, it doesn't matter that you can get through the sear, right? Because your form is completely off. Your like nothing is working, right? So
yeah.
being able to get relaxed and just realize that it's going to be fine, right? Nobody's shooting at you,
I
as
was going to
Norwegian
say
said,
it's not going to kill you. Yeah, that's back
Yeah,
to Joel again, isn't it? No
yeah, it always
time to
goes
worry
back.
when somebody's shooting at you.
Yeah. So just being able to relax is its whole thing.
Yeah,
So what are they, like, the meditation audios, right?
yes.
Like Jens, he makes a lot of that
Ah,
stuff. Yeah. So and
you,
he also has a book about setting goals and stuff. I have ordered it, but I haven't gotten it yet.
yeah.
It's the slow shipping.
I
So
mean, you sent me a link to Yen's website with everything going on. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I will also put that in the show notes.
yeah, but it's definitely some interesting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds.
It's like a
Joel?
different part of the shooting, as in like I would say to like be a good shooter, there are a couple different like levels. I
Yeah,
think Ian said it best, right? I remember I have no clue. Maybe he said this on his Instagram, but it was like you have like different levels, as in you have mindset as the most important,
yeah.
then you have shot control, then you have form, then you have equipment, right? So like let's say you have perfect shot control, but if you don't have the mindset to be, relaxed under pressure and being able to, execute, right, that form, right, you're not going to shoot all that good. So
It sounds almost as though Joel has perfected the art of beating target panic. Jens is more performance anxiety. I've I, I,
yeah,
I've
I
got
would
a
say
friend
that's
who
honestly
was
a really good.
on his way to a shoot, and he was shaking in the car at the thought of shooting.
Yeah, that's
It's almost like stage fright, isn't it?
yeah,
Performance anxiety.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
and I take it Jens is very good with all those, that getting you to the point where you're not worried about stepping onto the line to shoot.
yeah.
Yeah,
And being able to look at it logically instead of being afraid at the line.
yeah,
Because if you're really anxious and really nervous and you're shaking, right, you're not going to be able to feel what is going wrong,
yeah,
right? And you're not going to correct it. So that was one of the issues at Norwegian nationals for me,
yeah,
right? Is that it took me really long to get comfortable on
yeah.
the during the qualifications. So I think for the first 5 full ends I was shaking, right? And I had like no feeling of the shot.
Yeah.
It's an odd thing to think about, but like I rely on feel to see if I'm doing it correctly.
Yeah.
So so if I cannot feel the shot, then I cannot correct it, right? So yeah.
See, I haven't shot any big tournaments like you have with a single stringer. I've only done 2 open shoots with a single stringer. And I found I was nervous walking to the peg, particularly because I do this podcast, you put yourself out there in public and people expect you to perform. I'm not a wonderful archer. I'm a distinctly average archer. But because I put myself out there, people expect me to perform. But I found doing shot IQ, when I step onto the peg, I'm finally getting used to the idea of not worrying where that arrow's going to hit. Where that arrow hits is sod all to do with me. My only job is to break that good shot. When I step onto the peg, a lot of the pressure disappears because I've entered that. I'm in my shot. It's the walking up to the peg before I start my process that I really struggle with. I know once I'm on that peg and I'm into my shot, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm going to say and when I'm going to say it. That's shot IQ's given me a level of confidence on the peg that I had never experienced.
Yeah.
It's the before I get to the peg. I know once I'm on the peg, I know exactly what I've got to do, what I've got to say, and when I'm going to say it. And I really enjoy having that level of control because it's something I've never had. But it's that when you're at the peg and waiting for everybody else to shoot, that I get jittery. And like, if I didn't do this, I don't think I'd be as jittery because nobody'd know who the fuck this middle-aged fat bloke is. But because I put myself out there, I mean, I'm fortunate because I am purely somebody who shoots for the joy of loving shooting bows and arrows, and I think it's the greatest thing on earth. Shooting bows and arrows is. I don't have to worry about credibility, but I think as I get deeper into the podcast, people are looking for credibility, and that puts an extra pressure on me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I've definitely felt, some similar stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like, like the Norwegian nationals. Like for reference, I shot a 454, which put me in second place with the guy at first place,
yeah,
simply because I had like 2 fewer 9s. He also had like 454, but he had 2 more 9s or something,
yeah.
right? So yeah, and this is the worst that I've shot in months, right? Like
I was going to say you're used to shooting low to mid 500s, aren't you?
yeah, like even under pressure, wind, whatever, wind, rain in the backyard, or the competition before the nationals, I shot at 248 out of 300, which is still pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, like it just took me ages to get relaxed,
yeah.
right? And yeah, and I can definitely think of some stuff that I could change to help with that, like kind of refocusing would probably help me a bit. But like it's easy to say this, that trying to just get relaxed,
Yeah.
like just focus on the process is easy to say, but to actually do it isn't quite that easy, right?
This
But
camera is zooming in and out. I think, oh, I know what I did. I set center shot on the camera. Ah, damn. It's just like, woo.
yeah, I got a bit. It just distracts me a little bit. Like I'm
So,
walking and then I just look down and I just see like your head in zoom.
to be honest, it's freaking me out a little bit as
Yeah,
well.
uh, yeah, but where was I? Uh,
About the relaxation.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, but it's easy to say, but to actually implement it,
Yeah.
if you because everybody gets nervous, everybody gets the shakes, right? And some people really find the qualifications to be pretty easy. It's right, like Clay's, like he looks really relaxed during
Oh,
qualification.
mate, Lancaster, a qualifying score of 540. That was insanely good.
Yeah, and completely new area, jet lagged a bit, throws out a five.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Throws out 540, right? And yeah, he's just an animal, right? Like,
There I go again.
I'm going to admit, like, just annoys me. Yeah, but yeah, yeah, but yeah, he's just an animal. But even he gets, nervous doing what's it called, elimination matches and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I was watching the eliminations on like Ian Seo for like Lancaster.
Yeah.
And, I saw him shooting against the 16th seed, and
Yeah.
he was like down for the first two ends, and I was like, "Come on, Clays, come on, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
I was, raging, fucking, clicking the refresh button every 5 seconds. Yeah,
See, I don't know how to react in that kind of. I've shot a couple of EFA national championships and I felt a lot of pressure there. But somewhere like Lancaster, I think this is why if I'm dropping out of my shot, I will actually do a spoken commentary shot just to bring myself back into it.
yeah.
And you do,
And
I've get some weird looks doing that.
yeah. I can't do spoken because I used an internal save,
Yeah,
but I will sometimes talk through a
yeah,
shot. Like if I'm really having a bad day. That's those three shots that I talked through that I mentioned to you
yeah,
earlier. I those were three shots on one end, on the first end after like the break, so
yeah,
the like last 30 arrows, right? And I talked through all of those, and that got me, back in action. And then I shot like quite a bit better during the second, right, 30 arrows.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Like I
yeah,
say,
still didn't shoot great though.
got to be a whole different ball game when you're on when you're at Lancaster. And I mean,
Yeah,
you've invested so much money into going there. There's
yeah,
money on the line as a prize, and it's been live streamed.
yeah. Like
You know,
it's a different.
you got the trifecta of pressure there, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna admit it's definitely something, especially when it's like a new class as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
First year on the big stage. But I mean, it's. I watched the finals live. Said to the wife, right, this is the time the finals are starting. Whatever's on telly, sorry, I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to put YouTube on. It's only going to be half an hour or so, but I've got to watch it. And when Mads came on stage, my eldest daughter has zero interest in archery, but she got so invested in Mads shooting. It was, come on, yes! Oh no, he's missed the goal, he's missed the goal. You know, she was so invested in this. She was invested as I was
yeah.
in
I was
watching Mads
watching that.
shooting.
Yeah, I was watching that, and when he got like the miss in the last end against
I can't remember who he shot.
like the big guy.
Yeah, I can't think of the names. I'm still learning the names of all these shooters.
Oh, he's gonna kill me. Cool again. I know his like Instagram bio is like Vapidity Mike or something. Fuck me. But when Mats missed, like, I just like,
Yeah,
oh man, and you could see the pain in his face
me
as
and my
well.
eldest were like that, but we got so into the whole final. And then when Todd Hathaway, the winner,
Yeah.
when he stepped on stage, my first reaction was, "Oh my God, it's the old bloke out of Home Alone." I wondered what had happened to him.
But after the qualifications, I stepped it up a little bit for the
Yeah,
next day. So and the next day, because of how the system works, I only had one match since I
yeah,
got to bypass the eighth finals or
yeah.
something. But so then I was just shooting a little bit, some practice. But I actually was shooting practice next to the guy who got first.
Oh wow.
All right, so during the qualifications. So I was doing a little bit of shit talking with him. Yeah,
I'd say this: you guys from your neck of the woods, you know, the Danes particularly, they love their shit talk, don't they?
it's just part of the process.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But and I was, there for like 2 hours before my match, just preparing. I was, getting really relaxed, and when I
Yeah,
stepped up to next to the guy who I was going to shoot the match against, and he had just won, his match before me. And then I stepped up to him to shoot against him, and I think if I remember correctly, I shot 27, 23, 20, and 6-0
yeah,
using like the set system, whatever. Yeah, and it
yeah.
felt pretty good.
I still can't get my head around the set system. I think it's because I'd always been used to cumulative scoring.
I prefer the cumulative myself as well.
Well, I mean, it is theoretically possible, isn't it, with set scoring to achieve a high cumulative score but still lose on
Yeah,
set
it's
points?
absolutely possible.
Yeah, I think that would really, really piss me off. That would. I'd be throwing my bow down the range.
Yeah, it's actually the saying. The only reason the Koreans don't win everything is because of the set scoring system.
Wow.
Like the Koreans in Olympic archery, like I think most of the times that they lose, it is simply due to the set scoring system.
Yeah,
Right?
they've put in a high cumulative score but lost on set points.
Yeah, but yeah,
That'd
but
piss me off no end. That would.
but it has some benefits in that if you could still come back, right?
Yeah,
Especially at those higher levels. I think it makes it a bit more exciting,
yeah,
right? Because at like the Korean, at like the Olympic level, you have your first arrow is a 9 at 70
yeah,
meters, and the other guy throws out 3 10s, and you throw out another two tens, right? You're 2 set points down, right?
yeah.
So even though you just got unlucky, so yeah, especially with like the compound stuff where they're just throwing tens out there.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you watch the compounds,
Yeah, it's just kind of
if
sad
you're
to me.
2 points behind, you've pretty much lost the match, haven't you? At that standard of shooting.
Yeah, because like and it's I kind of feel bad for them because if you get like at Lancaster, if you just throw the first arrow out, which is easy just due
Yeah,
to lighting and stuff, right? Even if it's an excellent shot, you could throw it out just due to the lighting. That might be game over,
yeah.
right? You could easily shoot like a 9 even, at that with just the lighting. But yeah, but after the first final, I felt pretty good about that, and yeah, and like the first 3 hours, the first set of 27 was really good shooting. Second was like mediocre. Third, my first arrow was a 6, which was just my fault. Second arrow felt like a decent shot,
Yeah.
which felt like an 8, maybe 9 shot, but hit the 6 ring. I don't know why. If I remember, it was a low 6, and then my last arrow went in the 10 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Finished on a high.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know what that second shot was about though, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I felt pretty good about that. And then the next day, I did the same preparation of a couple hours preparing for the
Yeah.
semi-final match, and yeah, I shot that one, and I think we tied on the first one, and then I just straight outshot him on the next
Yeah.
few, won that match. And after this, we had like 45 minutes to prepare for the final, and like for the final, I kind of am still quite annoyed at myself because I didn't prepare very well. I kind of got lazy.
Yeah.
So in the lead up to the final, uh, I was talking to the guy that got bronze in the beer bow men's category
Yeah.
about some sears and triggers and stuff and a bit form and equipment. Literally like the minutes before my match. So that's something that I should probably learn from.
Your head wasn't where it needed to be.
Now,
Yeah.
and during the match, I was very relaxed and just relaxed and stuff, but I wasn't concentrated at all. It's an odd feeling to describe
Yeah.
because I wasn't shaky. It just was I was lazy, right? So, for example, I don't think I had one letdown during that finals match, which is quite unusual for me.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but it is what it is.
So
And
how
the
did
other guy deserved to win it, though. Like he didn't get lucky.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you feel afterwards then? I mean, do you do like an after action report with yourself on how you shot and what went wrong? So I mean, you were more than capable of taking gold, weren't you?
Yeah, like if I like even if let's say I was a bit more nervous, right? But if I took it somewhat seriously, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. The other guy just took it way more seriously than me, right?
I mean,
So
well, like I say, you missed out because he got two more nines, and you will that make you more determined to improve on it next year?
like maybe the qualification score, well, like he got 2 more 9s than me or something. It doesn't really matter, right? Like
Yeah.
I cannot do anything for how other people shoot, right?
Yeah.
But
That's it.
I just want
I've heard a
to,
few say, don't worry about your opponent's score. That's got nothing to do with you. You can't control that. The only thing you can control is your score. I heard a few say they don't even look what their opponent's on. They just concentrate on their score. Does that help?
well, it's easy to say, but to actually do that is a
Yeah.
lot harder than people say. So probably helps, but I don't know a single person who's that relaxed, right? Like everybody gets nervous during finals, and to say that, oh, don't think about your opponent's score, it's like it's kind of like telling somebody to just relax,
Yeah.
right? I I think it's good advice, and it is certainly true, but like
A lot easier to say than do.
yes, it's not the full story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, in terms of but this is the thing, right? Like, let's say I won it with the scores that I shot,
Yeah.
like during those 3 ends. Like, let's just say that I would still be very unhappy.
Oh,
He does not.
that's understandable when you know what you're capable of scoring and you
Yeah,
come in well under what you're capable of scoring.
yeah. I would still be like really unhappy with myself,
Yeah,
right? And just for reference, like I shot 15 on the first, 17 on the second, and 14 on the third. On the third, I only shot 2 arrows since it was out of reach, right?
yeah,
And he shot 20 on the first, 20 on the second, and 25 on the third or something, right?
yeah,
And so, yeah. And probably one of the other things I'm very upset with myself is that I started like caring about the points and not how my shot felt,
yeah.
right?
That,
Because like, let's say but going on this that if I won with how I shot there, like I still wouldn't be happy because I did not accomplish my goal of shooting good shots under pressure,
yeah.
right? Like as
The
what I
aim is
should.
to shoot 60 perfectly controlled shots.
For me, it isn't controlled anymore. It is about just for them to feel right,
Yeah,
because like control is just like it's just a fact of my process.
yeah,
Like during my qualification round, I shot one uncontrolled shot, as in before my servant, and that was
yeah,
because I was running low on time. That was one of those moments where I saw that my knock was broken on my arrow, so I had to like throw that knock arrow back and then
yeah.
grab a new arrow, right? And then I need to like check that the knock is okay before knocking it and shooting
And
it.
all this is it 20 seconds per arrow?
Uh, like during the finals, or I don't
Yeah.
get what you. No, you get 2 minutes for 3 hours.
Ah,
And if there's like a shoot off, you get 40 seconds.
yeah,
Yeah. So it's not like the official stuff that you see at some of the World Archery
yeah.
events.
That's what I was thinking of, where
There's
as
like
soon as their
alternating.
arrows hit, then your clock sets to 20 seconds, doesn't it?
Yeah. I would honestly need to. I don't get why we don't have that.
Yeah,
Like, because even during shoot offs, we shoot at the same time. I
yeah,
think it's something to do with that. We have the option of doing like the alternating shooting stuff, but the simple thing is, it's a lot of complexity, and you can reasonably only have one person shooting at a time,
yeah,
or like one like group.
yeah,
So you can't, because at the Norwegian Nationals they had plenty of matches going on at the same time. So you have like longbow, traditional, bear bow, a bunch of others, right?
yeah,
So yeah, and I'm also quite upset that I got 6-0 by him. So yeah, because I at least wanted it to be like a good match. Like if
yeah,
I win or lose, who cares, right? Like it's I can show you. It's a fucking piece of metal. Like it's made in some factory in China. Who gives a shit? It's like who it is. Right? It's got some weight to it, certainly, but like it's a piece of metal. Like, who cares?
yeah,
Right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, I have a couple from years previous, and like, right. So yeah, yeah. But that's about it. And oh yeah, during the award ceremony, because they hand out the trophies, right? And the guy
yeah,
that I beat in the semi-final, he got bronze, right?
yeah,
But then when they were handing out the trophies, right, they handed it first out to him because he was on the bronze, right?
yeah,
And he got like one of these around his neck, and then like one of these but smaller than
yeah,
mine. So then the leader of like the president of our organization walked
yeah,
up to me to give me my like ribbon plus like displaying the trophy.
yeah, yeah,
And then instead of shaking his hand, I looked over at the guy who got bronze and was like, I got a bigger cup than you.
Even
Yeah, and he got
on the
really, and
podium,
then
the shit talk.
yeah, and he was like, he didn't, say like fuck you, but he was like, yeah, and he's like 55 or something. He says like, go on, go on. And then I look back, and then where you are, I just see the president of like the Norwegian Archery Association just staring at me with his like hand
He
outstretched.
thinks you've left him hanging.
Yeah. I forgot that I needed to like shake his hand, but I just quickly grabbed it, gave him a good old hard handshake, gave him like the classic Trump tug,
Yeah,
like the he does. Yeah, and then I let him move on to the gold finalist.
yeah.
So yeah, but on the walk up, I was like, yeah, I got to do this to the bronze guy. Yeah.
See, my sense of humour is that fucking infantile and depraved. When you got the old like I've got a bigger cup than you, I'd have been like, yeah, but I fucked your mom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Nah, the guy that got bronze, he was pretty chill. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. The guy who got gold, he could have pulled the extra funny one and be like, look down at me. He's like really tall, right?
yeah.
Like compared to me, right? He's like 190 centimeters tall, and I'm, for reference, like 180 or something, right?
So
He's quite a bit
he's like
taller than me.
Ockenholt size then.
Yeah, yeah, I can also say oversized, man. Uh, it's, it's built incorrect. And then we got T-Rex arms, Clay's out here.
Yeah.
He's like about my height, but has a 27-inch wall length. He's all built up.
Sorry, Claes.
Yeah, you should add that to like his Bo Jesus image.
Yeah.
Just some T-Rex arms. Uh,
I keep thinking that one out of Toy Story.
oh yeah, you should add those. Yeah. That would be excellent. Yeah. You have yourself a Sunday project, as they might say. Uh,
I've got to be really nice to Clay. He's making me a string for the new bow.
yes.
Yeah.
Uh, I might ask Clays to make me like a string or something. Like
I
I've got
wanted it in 652 Spectra. So apparently that's what works best with the
yeah,
setup I've got.
the
And
six
Clay,
five.
I could only find one place in this country that uses 652 Spectre on Flemish twist. Everybody else does them on English loops, and I really want a Flemish twist. And Clay said, do you want me to make you one? Fuck, yes, please.
Yeah, the Spectre is a good material
Yeah,
because it is like a good mix of being soft,
yeah.
so it isn't like too harsh on the bow, but still, harsh enough that you get some speed out of it.
I'd say it's supposed to be almost like a quieter version of 8125.
Yeah,
Not
like
quite as harsh. It's still got the stability of 8125, but
yeah,
just soft enough to really quiet the shot.
because I've seen some people that have used like compound string material on the recurves, and like that stuff is just too harsh, in my opinion.
One of my friends had got a Hoyt Satori and he had two strings made for it, one out of 452 and one out of 99X. And that thing sounded like a center shot rifle when it was shot.
Yeah,
You know,
like
we were in the woods on the 3Ds, he'd let an arrow go, and all the birds in the woods would just fly up and away.
yeah, I feel like a bow needs to be comfortable, right?
Yeah.
So like if I was gonna make like a bear bow, I would like aside from like the balance thing that I want, I would go for a light drawback just so that I can overpower that bow.
Yeah,
Like I wouldn't go quite as light as Oliver Hicks though, because I'm somewhat built,
yeah.
but maybe like 40 pounds. But like that kid's also kind of odd looking. Like it's like really tall. Like I was really
He is,
surprised.
yeah.
I thought he was maybe like around I don't know 175, 180 centimeters tall. And then
Mm.
on some
What,
interview on
5 foot
Berlin
10,
Archery,
6 foot?
he was apparently like 6'4". Like what?
Yeah.
Like what's happening there?
I've got to listen to that interview he did on the push. But what's he got then? Going to be 30, 31 inch draw length?
No, I think he had like a 30-inch shore length. I think he mentioned.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
See,
It
that's the
just
great thing about trad bows. If you've got a ridiculously long draw length, you can still find a bow to fit. A few years ago, if you'd got like a 31 or 32 inch draw length on compounds, there was nothing for you.
yeah.
You had to
Yeah.
have, you had to be like Tim Gilligan and have a 4 inch long D loop.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, Tim Gillingham. That was the guy that I saw with like the bear bow using the compound rest on it.
Ah, that doesn't surprise me. He's the master
Yeah,
of tinkering, isn't he?
yeah, yeah.
Well,
Uh,
did you see the setup he was using a couple of years ago on his compound?
I like the two stabilizers.
Two 32 inch long rods on the front and two 30 inch long rods on the back.
Yeah, like I would honestly like to mess around with like compound archery, but the
Yeah,
thing is, like I look up, some compound archers or something, and I just see how good they shoot. I'm like, man, I throw one out of the 10 ring and you're done. Like
yeah,
it's just too much pressure for me.
yeah.
Like, like fuck me. Like
Oh, yeah,
I don't know how they do it, man. Like, yeah, because certainly they are very forgiving setups, but you don't need to make a massive mistake to throw one out of the
no,
X
no.
ring or something, right? For the Lancaster shoot.
Well, look at the NFAA Nationals last year, the Rushmore Rumble, where Matthias Fullerton and Bodie had a 69 arrow shoot off.
Oh, god damn.
That's just who blinks first, isn't it?
Yeah, like it's just insane. And like, yeah. And at that point, I feel like it kind of just gets like a bit lucky, right? And of course, they had like what was it again? Like the inside out thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind of messed with my head a little bit
That
because
I think that's really got a pile of pressure on inside outs.
yeah, and like and I think Bodhi talked about that out of 3 hours, you could reasonably argue that he will get one that's inside out or at least close to an
Yeah.
inside out, but I still give it like definitely some luck, at least to be doing that for 23s or whatever he was shooting.
Well, they
Or did they get to switch to like some
they got to
Finnish?
switch the skinnies for the inside outs.
I don't remember if he had a bow set up for that. Maybe.
He just adjusted his sight.
Yeah.
He adjusted his sight.
Yeah, but the Lancaster this year was something though. Seeing Oliver Hicks go from like sixth seed all the way
Yeah.
to first, I was fucking amazing.
The
And
last
also those long
time
bows, like man, impressive.
didn't didn't one of the girls do it last year in barebow? Went from eighth to first. And I
Uh,
remember a couple of years ago in compound, Tim.
oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
I can't
Okay.
remember his surname. They called him the CEO because he always shooting a button
Oh
down.
yeah, that guy. Yeah, yeah. I
Came
know you
came
talk.
on came on in eighth and went on to win it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. That's insane though.
Yeah,
Like, absolute animal, man. Like, I don't remember last year. Wasn't it? She had like a weird, like, uh, Janik or something, like the barebow, the girl who won the barebow women's last year at Lancaster.
Yeah, she came on as eighth seed, I think, didn't she?
Don't they only have like four?
Or was it four? I
Yeah, I
remember
know.
watching a beat Fawn Girard, and oh god, who's the girl that shoots for elite? I can't think of her name now. She was the
Ava,
number one seed.
Ava Jones.
That's it. Yeah, because she was shooting that elite flex, wasn't she?
Yeah, like I kind of want to mess with that bow, honestly. Like I have
I
no
haven't
clue
looked a
how to
lot into
shoot.
it, but can't you alter the riser length on it?
Yeah, like it's just super interesting to me.
Yeah,
Like it kind of interests me in the same way that like the Gilo GF interests me.
I
Like I like
don't.
that link pockets.
I don't know a lot about the bear bows. I
Yeah,
know I like watching them shoot, but I think longbow's a new bear bow.
yeah. Like I would, for me, like Longbow is more of like for 3D because I just find like the indoor stuff with the gapping a little bit annoying, right?
Yeah,
Because like I can shoot really good with it, but like for me, the arrows are not very forgiving, right?
yeah.
I don't think like super long, heavy arrows, in my opinion, are like very forgiving, right? And that's like a whole different discussion, right? I think Chris Kent Rodgman has some videos on his YouTube channel that will do it way more justice than
Yeah.
I can. But you know, just to simplify it, like I generally find them less forgiving. Of course, if you like Clay Anderson, doesn't matter. Like you can shoot whatever you want. Like
It's another one of those. You could give him a pencil with a rubber band on the back
yeah,
and broom handles to shoot, and it'd still be punching tens.
yeah, man. Yeah, like I remember shooting with him like one
Sickeningly
time.
gifted.
Yeah, like I was shooting with a ball back, and you know he was definitely in some windy conditions. And, you know, I would, you know, shoot a bit. I was also in the wind. And, you know, I would shoot, you know, some respectable scores as like 27, 28, 26, you know, something like
Yeah,
that. And then he would, you know, I'd just look over his target. It's like 10, 10, 10, 9, 8. And
yeah.
he would go and sling like 6 arrows in the center. Oh, man. Something, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking
Right.
animal.
While I think about it, last year I did a supercast where we had previous guests and a couple of new guests on. We all went down to Norfolk, had a weekend doing really good stuff, and recorded a big podcast on the Saturday night. We're doing it again this year, but if it all works out, we're going to Denmark to do it.
Interesting.
I've got the dates of, like I say, fingers crossed we can get it all organised. Clayton and Oliver are going to be available the weekend of the 8th and 9th of August.
All right, that's possible.
If you're free, do you want to come along?
I gotta check my calendar.
Yep. Check your calendar if you're
Yeah,
free.
because wait, let me.
Well, as
I
you know,
have,
1,000 years ago, the Danes invaded England and
uh,
they did a lot of time whooping our ass. This year, the Anglo Saxons are invading Denmark. I think it's just having a weekend of shooting and sit down and record a podcast on the Saturday night.
it will certainly be something.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have definitely some plans though. Like not that time, but Frank at Dragebu.
yeah.
He has invited me to join him at Freiburg, which is like a massive archery convention in Germany,
Oh, wow.
close to the border with France
Yeah,
in Offenburg. It's close to Strasbourg,
yeah.
right? So he's invited me there. I think he was there last year, and he had good old what's his name? Ludwig Rollin,
Oh, the Wunderkind.
the Swedish guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, for an animal.
he's the one that won the
Yeah, Leo.
Leo
Yeah,
Invitational, isn't he?
yeah, and he got like second at what was it? The JVD something.
Yeah,
Or,
he's walking around handing everybody their asses at the moment, isn't he?
yeah, fucking absolute animal though. And
Yeah,
he's also one of those guys that shoots with light robots. Like he's like 40 some pounds or something.
yeah,
Absolute animal. Uh,
yeah. Hell of a shooter.
yeah. I'll give that, there's some guys that I look at and when they shoot, I just like can't understand how they shoot good. Like,
Yeah,
yeah. But he's one of those guys that like I can definitely see where it's at.
yeah.
Like, yeah. What was that guy? The guy that won Barebow Men's at the Kings of Archery in like 25 or yeah, in 25.
I
Like,
wasn't watching a lot of competitions
yeah,
then. I was watching a
yeah,
lot, watching
yeah,
everything the push was throwing out and just watching hunting videos.
yeah. But that guy, he's from Romania, right? I
Yeah,
forgot his name. He's sponsored by Dragobur, right? But I forgot his name. But I do not understand how he shoots good. Like, I look at him shooting and I do not see it. But
like you
yeah,
say, it's consistency, isn't it? You can have the world's
yeah,
worst form, but if you're consistent with it, you're going to be successful.
yeah. But yeah, I'll give that to some people that just look at it and like it just
What's
confuses
going
me.
on?
Yeah, it's not about them shooting like how I shoot or something. It's just that like it doesn't look like I don't get where they get the consistency from.
Yeah,
Right? Ugh,
that's the thing about this wonderful sport of ours, though. It's never one size fits all, isn't it? You work out what works for you.
yeah.
Right, we have been talking for four and a
For
half
too
hours.
long.
Where the hell has 4.5 hours gone?
4.5 hours, man. Like what? Oh damn.
this
Uh,
has
that's gone quick.
this has been an absolutely incredible conversation. Like I said, I've got to thank you so much. I've got some absolute gems of things to try out myself, see if they work for me.
Yeah.
It really has been an absolute pleasure talking to you, William. Right, we need to tell folks where they can find you to look you up.
It's going to be Instagram.
Yeah,
I have a Facebook, but I don't post anything there. So
yeah, right. What's your Instagram handle? And I mean, obviously I know it, but tell the listeners, please.
I have no clue. I gotta check that.
Hang on,
But
is it William Home or William dot Home? HOLM. Let me just have a quick look.
yeah, it's all lowercase. William Holm 65.
Right,
So
I'll drop that in the show notes anyway. Like I say, it's
yeah,
been such a pleasure talking for you. If we can pull it off and you're available, it'd be lovely to see you in Denmark. You can bolster up the Viking ranks.
yeah,
And
I'll
if all
we'll
else
see.
fails, you can bludgeon us to death with your bow.
Yeah, yeah. You'll just see when if I get into Beerbo, that thing is going to be an absolute animal. Like yeah,
Yeah,
The Gilo GF is really going to be tested for if it can handle the mass weight.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Ah,
uh,
right. Folks, you know where to find me. Just Google Archery Geek Outdoors and prepare yourself for all the unpleasantness you'll see. Like I say once again, William, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Like I say, it's been one of the fastest 4.5 hours I've known.
Same here. Like,
It's been like the time's been in fact. It feels like we've been talking for an hour and a half, 2 hours maximum, and
yeah,
the
man.
roadcaster's showing 4 hours 34 minutes. But I always get told folks like the long form. If I record one for an hour and a half, folks say, "No, no, what went wrong there? That's too short. That's way too short. We need longer. We need longer." Like I say, there's been some absolute gems of information off you. It's been fascinating hearing your shop process and stunning seeing that bow of yours. Right, folks, you know what to do. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review on whatever platform you're listening to this on. So remember, see you next time. Stay safe, shoot straight. Good night.